Good morning. I hope everyone's doing well. Thanks for joining me. We're waiting for the Arizona court to come off the 30-minute delay. Opening statements are today in Arizona versus Lori Vallow Daybell, and she is going to be giving her opening statement also as pro se. And after the last few interviews I watched, I'm kind of really looking forward to seeing this and enjoying it with all of you. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Rocket Couch, for being over in Twitch for a little bit. I appreciate you. I'm going to get the bingo link. I'm a little bit behind, and I will be posting it for those of you that want to play bingo while we watch. I've been watching a few interviews that Lori Vallow gave, and if you're part of my Discord, I did post them for you in the room. It's quite interesting what she said as to why she wanted to be pro se. Not to plead her case for innocent, but mostly because her lawyers didn't say what she wanted to say. She has something to say, and she wants everybody to know it. It's a very narcissistic statement. It was really strange to hear coming, but I think it's going to be interesting. Legally, I don't really see what kind of a case she can present, but it's it's going to be entertaining. I mean, everyone has a right to a fair trial. I'm not sure she's going to have the best representation. She even admits that she doesn't know that much, but she believes she has a great team with her investigator and her paralegal and the counseling attorneys that were her attorneys prior when she fired the other ones. And we shall see. We shall see. No, I don't think I'll be doing a banner, Jin, because when the court actually opens, it's going to be full screen with me down in the corner, and there's a bar down the bottom that says that it's the trial, what trial it is, so it kind of covers it all up. So I chose just not to put it on, but let me get that bingo link while we're waiting. Let's see. Let me get over to the bingo room. So how is everyone today? Is the audio good? Can somebody? Hi, Trees, Sandra. It's good to see you. It's been a while since I've been on in the daytime, huh? It's been quite a while since we actually did live trial coverage. I'm not sure that I'll cover it every day. Thank you, Jean. Thank you, Sandra. I'm not sure that we can cover this every day. Also, Karen Reed's going to be starting very soon. They're working on getting a jury in that trial also. Okay, let's just see. There we go. I knew I had a live trial one. Thank you very much, Rocket Couch, for making all of these different bingo cards. Been a while since we had to use the live trial one. We've been doing hearings, but I've been recording most of them. And thankfully, with the new beast of a system, I can actually record 2 at a time, which has come in handy because it's been quite a month, actually. March was hopping with. Okay, so now all we have to do is pin it. There's if you'd like to play bingo as we go along, there is the card link. Are you able to pin it there, Couch, over in Twitch, or do you need me to come in there? Just send me a message. Mm. Thank you, Couch. I appreciate you. Mm. Your hard work is working over there. Oh, we have 2 more Twitch subscribers I saw. So hopefully you won't be so lonely. The feed still is showing the outside of the courthouse, but I do expect it to come up. There are several feeds that are going of Fox 10 in Phoenix and also Law and Crime, which I always give a shout out to. They do exceptional coverage. I watch all of their stuff, and I'm just grateful that they're putting out live feeds. Jin, she has been very snarky in the hearings, if you caught any of them. Jin, let me just put this up since we don't have the courthouse up yet. Jin is saying, wonder if Lori is going with the prosecution, is persecuting her. She did take a real offense to a prosecution statement that Lori was trying to hold trial by ambush because she did not submit any of the reports or statements from her witnesses or any of the contact information. Her expert witness did not provide reciprocal discovery. Reciprocal discovery was non-existent and yet demanded everything from the state. And so she got really offended when they said that she was trying to hold her side, her defense by ambush, and she just let loose. Like she was like, "Are you kidding? I'm in maximum security prison. I can only be out an hour. I can't get anything." Lo and behold, she had 22 terabytes of discovery. They just didn't go through it. Her investigator didn't want to go through it to look for a video that she had. She was more concerned about the media coverage and what people had been saying. She tried to get rid of witnesses on the prosecution side, more, Charles Vallow's sister, Kay Woodcock, who we saw in the first trial. She's on the witness list. She also tried to get the last person who saw her, Charles Vallow, the night before he died, Nancy Hancock off, and she tried to get her friend off. Christina Atwood, who is a friend of hers, who Lori used to tell all about these theories that, Charles was possessed by Ned or some spirit or something, and he wasn't himself and he needed to die. She tried to get them all thrown off, saying their testimony was hearsay because they just listened to reporting. They collaborated together and they all listened to the reporting of, I guess, Nate Eaton, because she also had the reporter on the list, which the judge removed because he could provide no pertinent evidence. And, it did look as if she was just trying to keep him out of the courtroom. She said he had valuable information because he had interviewed everyone involved in the other case and in this case from the start. And well, so has everyone else. Lori seemed to think that because the case was 5 years old and interviews were done in the beginning, that she didn't have to give discovery and interviews and information to the prosecution in regards to her witness list. The judge had to educate her that that's not exactly how it works. No, they do get the chance to re-interview them. And it does appear the courtroom's coming up. So I'm going to bring it up and I'm going to be quiet.
Reviewed the letter?
Yes.
Go ahead and just give it to my courtroom assistant. Thank you.
Okay, so I have audio. Can you hear Judge Beressky? I just heard him talk.
I called my staff last week after the jury was selected, and the impression I got is Juror 3 doesn't have a problem with jury service. Juror 3's employer has a problem with jury service. So
can you guys let me know if you hear our judge? I'm going to turn him up. I'll make sure. Now I don't. I can hear him in the other feed. But now it's silent, so I don't hear him talking at all. I think it's because they were talking about the jurors. Okay, we should be coming in soon. All the feeds are silent right now, I guess. I'm just waiting for their audio to come through.
Because we're getting a little bit later start, I'll keep juror 3 after into the lunch hour
Okay.
individually about whether it's really him versus his employer, and offer to write a letter if he needs one to his employer about the requirements of jury service, and just sort of feel out that situation a little further, but we'll keep them on for right now. Please silence all phones. As I said, we are still missing one juror. As soon as those jurors all get here, we will proceed into the opening statements.
Judge, I did email the court staff about an individual, Brandon Boudreaux, who would like to be present. He's in the courtroom currently. He has been noticed by the defendant back on March 6th as a potential witness. He has not been subpoenaed to date. He is here and would like to be present in the courtroom for the trial. I think that the court has previously allowed another witness that the defendant had also listed, reporter Nate Eaton, to be in this courtroom. The court had indicated that if these individuals were not subpoenaed, that the court would look at precluding them. It has been over a month since she has noticed him. He has not been subpoenaed. He is a victim in another case against this defendant. I'm asking that he be permitted to remain in the courtroom today.
All right, let me hear from the defendant.
Your Honor, our subpoenas were with OPDS, so I do not have any. We're looking for some confirmation from when those went out.
Well, is this a witness that is, first of all, have relevant information and likely to be called as a witness?
Yes.
What's the relevant information?
There's several things, but he will be called to talk about things that he was involved with my husband during that time.
Well, has the state interviewed this witness? Or potential witness?
Not with regards to this case. I don't know what he will be called to talk things means. So I would like a little more information as to what the relevance is of this witness.
He has to have relevant information, which, as I've said, is testimony that makes a fact more likely or less likely. That's an issue in the case. So what fact would he testify about that make it more likely or less likely? Can you give me some sort of specific information that you would expect him to testify to?
Yes, Your Honor. His communications with my husband up to the date of his of this incident.
What would those communications be? And how are they not hearsay?
They're his communications with my husband. That's how they're not hearsay.
Okay, and what type of communications?
Phone calls, text messages.
I meant what substance? Can you give me some idea of the relevant information that he would provide to the jury that would help them make a decision?
Without giving away my entire defense?
Well, we don't just get to call witnesses that, are going to testify about, we talked about the weather that day, so you do need to give me some sort of information about what his anticipated testimony would be.
Well, his relevance in coming that day to do an intervention on me with the family.
Is this witness, Mr. Boudreaux, is in the courtroom?
Yes, he is, Your Honor.
All right. All right, let's go on sidebar.
Okay, I'm going to wait to see if they make the annoying noise for sidebar. If they do, I'll mute the courtroom feed. But in the meantime, while they're getting ready to discuss, this is what happened in the last hearing. She talks about bringing in witnesses or wanting to use witnesses that they have provided no contact information to the prosecution. They have provided no reciprocal discovery in regards to the testimony or what it's going to be about, because the prosecution does get to actually, just like the defense, object to any witness or testimony based on relevancy. Don't do the motions in limine, and none of that has been able to be done because apparently, Lori Vallow thinks that she can just do whatever. And that's not exactly the case. He did not exclude all her witnesses at the last hearing. He gave her time. But from what I just heard, she does not have the subpoenas being served. She did not have the witness interviews. She has not provided the contact information. The defense has not given the prosecution the opportunity to actually hold their own interviews with these witnesses. They've been trying to find them on their own. I don't believe Brandon Boudreaux was on her witness list when it was submitted. So this is like an off-the-cuff objection to letting him in the courtroom. When they go to sidebar, they won't be able to actually go up to the judge's bench because, remember, Lori Vallow is wearing a vest and she's on very limited motions. She can only go to the podium. And so they have a guard. She's wearing a shock vest. And so that's why they're going to put up the little symbol for us. And then they're going to mute it so that we don't hear what's going on. I don't know if they did actually ask the jury to leave or not, because they are going to have to discuss it. And it pretty much is going to, from that distance, the jury is going to be able to hear. I'm going to check the thread on Twitter to see what's going on in the courtroom at the time. But I'm glad the volume was good, though, guys, on the court. I know Judge Beressky, he's usually, keeps the volume up so that we can hear it. Okay. The hearings have been good. Okay, now Brandon Boudreaux, the one that they're asking to let into the courtroom, along with Nate Eaton, which Nate Eaton should be allowed. That was discussed in the last hearing, and he should be allowed in. He's not going to be a witness for Lori at all. Well, Brandon Boudreaux is actually the victim in the next case. She goes on trial right after this one for his attempted murder, also by her brother, and that she conspired for that. There's video evidence of her getting her Jeep ready for him to take and all kinds of stuff, but that case is supposed to start right after this one. Yeah, Liam, I agree. She's not really good at this, is she? This is Lori. Just if you're making notes, this is her very first sidebar as attorney for herself. Mm-hmm. She, as we heard her state, she wants to use Brandon as a witness based on things that he talked about with her husband the day before. Apparently, on the day of the incident that Charles Vallow was shot, Charles was trying to help Lori. There was going to be some type of interview. Also, during the break, I will fix my banner. Actually, I wonder if I can actually fix it now while they're on sidebar. I'm going to try something real quick. Oh, that's not good. Hold on. I'm going to move that off. Where is it? It should be right. Yeah, sorry. Okay, take that off. I'll fix it real quick. I have to name it first, but it did really did, but I was in a hurry. Apologies, everyone. It should be Lori Vallow Daybell, last married name. She prefers to be called Daybell. Okay. All right, hopefully. Yes, well, I can take a little bit. Let's put it that way, Turtle Moves. I can't take excellently, but I can take somewhat. Slightly. Just slightly. Well, I do have it ready for when it comes up again. And so let's just see that goes. There you go. Okay, fix the name. I think I'm just going to stay here instead of popping back up because then I have to take everything off and it makes it messy. If you guys don't mind, you can hear me okay, correctly? As long as you can hear me okay, it doesn't matter what part of the screen I'm on. I wonder if we're going to have a lot of silence like this throughout the day. That is the hardest part about live trial, is these long pauses. You know, when you're doing the recording, you can edit all of these out. They make it longer. They make it a bit boring. You know, I have to try to keep the entertainment quality up with you guys. Have you been keeping up with any of the hearings and the shenanigans that she's been pulling? She actually argued in the last hearing in regards to wearing the shock vest, because the recommendation from the prison system was that they wouldn't need additional guards if she wore the shock vest. But if she didn't wear the shock vest, they would have additional guards. But if she wore it, they really wouldn't need as many guards. So it was optional. So she just assumed that was the order. But the judge gets to say. And the judge said, no, you're going to wear the shock vest and they can put as many guards as they want. It's up to them if they want extra or not. And that should be limited to the podium. And she was like, oh, well, I misunderstood. I thought they said, he goes, they did say, but I said you will be wearing the vest. And she said, well, then how many guards? And he said, well, that will be up to them. Well, she does like to push back on the judge. She does feel that she's not going to get a fair trial. She wanted a speedy trial, but she's not ready. The judge offered her, kept suggesting that perhaps she would consider a continuation, and she thinks that's a violation of her rights. She thinks the judge should just forget about the rule of law and fairness to the other side and just let her do whatever she wants based on the time constraints that she has now and the limitations that she has. Well, the judge, he reminded her this was her decision to be pro se. This is her decision not to continue the trial. But there are rules that you still have to follow. And the rules of discovery and in presenting witnesses that are pertinent and relevant will be followed. So if she doesn't give detailed information in regards to the communications from Brandon Boudreaux. First of all, he has not been subpoenaed. She doesn't have the communications. If she does have them, she failed to submit them to the court, to prosecution through the discovery process. Like, she just is, I don't know if she willfully doesn't understand or is trying to push against the system. You know, to me, it's like she just wants to look like, you know, they're all oppressing me, and I don't have to follow the rules because I'm in maximum prison, you know, for 3 murders, by the way. And, you know, I'm being oppressed in my presentation. Weaponized incompetence, I could see it. Exactly. You know, you're reading my mind there. Very well put there, Couch. Weaponized incompetence. I could see it. Okay. The camera is shaking. I hope they're coming back. The sidebar is for the witness of Brandon Boudreaux, who is the victim, the alleged victim in the next trial coming up for his attempted murder. And for Lori Vallow, Daybell is saying that she needs him as a witness because he had communications with her husband the night of his murder, his alleged murder, Charles's murder. However, he wasn't on the witness list, and there's been no reciprocal discovery that I can see anywhere going on. She says that they had communications. Judge wants to talk about it. If you heard what she said because there's things. The prosecution rightly said, I have no idea what things is. It's going to be very difficult for this judge to keep balance. He's really trying very hard to give her every opportunity to have a good defense. Well, Lori is not making it easy. We're going to witness another very patient judge struggling. Yeah, things and stuff, right? Right, Liam. Like, that's a very good reason to have a witness up there, because he's got things and stuff, you know, like, you know, in one of the hearings, I do believe she said, well, I won't know until I interview them. He said that that's exactly why this process has to happen beforehand. You can't just bring people into court and put them on the witness stand and we don't have any idea what this part of the case is about. That's not how it works. I think Lori may have watched too much Law and Order TV, you know, where the surprise witness comes in and blows the case all apart. Yeah, no, it doesn't. Yeah, yeah. I'm laughing because I'm nervous because, like, I don't like all this dead air. But it's nice to see you guys. Turtle Moves, it's been a while since we were hanging out in the daytime, huh? Liam, yeah, it's good to see you guys. Okay, I see movement of heads. I'm hoping they're coming back. So when I make the decision not to go live every day for this trial, like, I will be putting up the recorded condensed versions, which would eliminate these long pauses. It's not because I don't want to hang out with you guys, because I love doing live trial with you guys. I really do. Oh my goodness. Is that the court clerk or the judge coming out from behind the room there? Oh boy. Okay. I hope he didn't go on a break. I better check Twitter. Sorry about that. I got me interrupted my own thought. It's not that I don't like hanging out with you guys, because absolutely I love it. I mean, being able to share my passion for watching this stuff and reading legal documents and following these cases with everybody else and getting your feedback, and, you know, it's just priceless. I enjoy it so much. But I do understand that an 8-hour trial day is cumbersome for so many people. Not all of us have the time to see it all day, and I've been getting a lot of positive feedback about the condensed version. So I will be going, you know, back and forth. Opening statements and closing statements, I think, are extremely important, and I would like to do those live if I can, like today, you know. Yeah, this is why, yes, Rocky Couch just made a post on Twitch stating that I could do the live version on Twitch and then edit it and put it up on YouTube. Yes, I could, but it still would mean that people would have to be there for like 8 hours, and I would have to sit there for 8 hours and talk during all the silences, It is. It's a platform that's more optimized for Twitchies for live. It really is. You know what, Liam? I agree. Liam says it seems like Lori is going to make this trial drag on. Yeah, I agree. It's going to be just explaining the process to her and why she can't have her way. I do believe that is going to make things drag on. I'm not going to Twitch for 8 hours. I don't blame you, Liam. I don't really want to sit there either. That's also part of the thing. I mean, to cut 8 hours out of the day, as much as I love this, it's a lot. It's one thing when I can record it. I don't have to be there the whole time. I'm able to do voice overlay for commentary on things that happen as I'm editing. I'm learning. I am, Turtle Moves. I know I can't tech great, but I'm learning. Like, I am actually, with this new computer, have more ability to do some of the fancier things that people do. And voice overlay, like, that's been an actual really wonderful thing. I'm learning how to edit my own audio. I'm learning how to edit my own videos. I used to have a lot of help with all of that. I could not do it. I had to do a shout out again to Wrecker for building a beast of a machine for me, and to all of you that contributed last year to help me build that computer to get things to be a little more modern, up to date, up to the ability of others that are out here. And I'm very, very grateful. All the help that I get behind the scenes from those of you like Rocket Couch with making all the bingo cards, and all the editing and video advice that I get from so many that have taken the time to show me and instruct me. Like, I'm so grateful. I really am. My experience out here with YouTube has been 95% absolutely pleasant. The people that I meet, the people that I collaborate with, the people that hang out in the chats and leave the comments of encouragement or suggestions to help things get better. Like, I'm very happy. I'm in a good place right now, I'd have to say. Welcome, Charlie. It's good to see you. Charlie says, I know this covers me up, but it's important to put your comments up here. And I don't really care about my face as long as you can hear me. I'm glad to be here. I followed the Sarah Boone trial with you guys and thought it was great coverage. Thank you so much for that compliment. I'm glad you survived the Sarah Boone trial. Boy, it was very hard for me to keep the snark in check when it comes to Sarah Boone. But she also was quite entitled. And she almost represented herself. She did for a little while. She quickly learned the rules. Like, you cannot just say, like, you need to treat me special because I am. And then she got her attorneys, and boy, did things take off. That was some trial. That was a lot of twists and turns, was it not? A lot of theatrics. Speaking of theatrics, the Karen Reed case is just really going to be a lot of theatrical lawyering, a lot of drama. I think both sides are bringing a different case this time. And I didn't cover the first one. And I actually stayed away from that trial because of all the shenanigans going on. But now, with all the challenges to the evidence and bringing in this new consciousness of guilt for the prosecution, with all of the interviews that the defendant, Karen Reed, has been doing, that's the hook for me. I want to see how Hank Brennan presents this case with evidence and then proving the consciousness of guilt, actually using the defendant's own actions since the alleged crime in the case. He's got 3 years with it, and we shall see how that goes. I have not seen that done very well. They did it a little bit in the Murdaugh trial, if you guys followed that one with me, when they were using his mindset of all the pressure of all the financial crimes he was being accused of, and the threat of having the books opened up because of the civil lawsuit from the boat accident. They kind of led that way, okay? And it was a little bit similar to that. I mean, of course, totally different case, but kind of that angle, that watch what they do, not what they say. Yep, Liam, all those programs work for me. Like in now that the computer is being upgraded. And for those of you that have been following me all the way down from Johnny Depp, I did all of that on a Chromebook, on a laptop. The first couple of years of my channel were all done, I kid you not, from a very small laptop that had no downloadability whatsoever. Everything was up in the cloud. It was challenging, but we made it work. Well, now Liam's right. The programs work for me, and the beautiful thing is I can do two things at once. Yeah. Oh, you mean with Karen? Let me put this up, Liam. You mean with Karen Reed, right? Yeah. I personally think that she has convicted herself a few times, so I'm also interested to see how the Commonwealth uses her words against her. Yes, it's going to be novel for me. Like it's new. It's different. I know, Couch. I marvel at how much I did get done. It's a damn miracle you were able to function exactly. Just a potato, really. Yes, the little computer I had after that, although I'm grateful, I was collaborating with another group, and they actually sent me this small little, it's like a network station, like when you have small network, like say inside a bank, you know how they have all those terminals and they have the little box that connects, like that. It was a small one, and that increased things a little bit. I was grateful for that for a while. I did get to learn a little bit more. I got to use an animated avatar like I am now. But I have to admit, with the new computer, even the animated avatar is like so much better. So much better, And I've had help with that behind the scenes also. And I'm very, very grateful for those of you that do this, and you're so good at it. And I like to share the wealth. I like to help small channels. I like to help people along. For those of you that have donated to my channel and memberships, we did actually buy a laptop for another member of our channel who has done some collaboration with us, and we got them back. They're getting them back on the internet. And I don't know if they're going to do content. Well, they were a mod for so many channels and well known in several communities that I circle around here in YouTube, and it's just nice that they have access again. And I'm grateful for all of you that helped contribute to that, to make somebody else's life a little bit better after an electrical storm took out their electronics. And it was really kind and nice to see the community come together like that, even small a little community as we are. I don't do fundraisers often. Yeah, right, Liam, I miss him too. I do. Right now, his work schedule is crazy. I have heard from him regularly, and he is, getting that system off. What I sent him is more than he's ever used before, so he has to get used to everything. He's just getting it up and running and learning what to do with it. So we sent him a pretty high-powered little laptop. And I thank you all. I like to do things like that. I hate to say, I do appreciate your contributions here and there. One of the things I've really appreciated is the thanks button that YouTube has put actually on the videos. There's a little heart that shows up. And it's a way, when you're watching after the fact, it's a way to send in a thank you that would be kind of like a super chat, but not in a chat. And I've been receiving some of those. And what I do is put those in a fund to the court costs, to the actual document costs that we use to do the true crime. I like to go to the facts. I like to base the information I'm putting out actually to what's happening through the system itself, through the filings back and forth. I do listen to a lot of the media also, and we do bring that in for entertainment and conversation and discussion. But when it comes down to it, it's the real information that matters. And a lot of the criminal cases are done state by state, and those are all you need to pay for them. Pacer will have most of the federal cases, like Sean Combs, P. Diddy, like that's a Pacer case. The federal case against Luigi Mangione is there. Both the state case you can't get, in New York, or the Pennsylvania case, you gotta actually get those documents yourself. And a lot of the other ones, Massachusetts versus Karen Reed, this one in Arizona, Idaho is one of those that if it's a popular case, everything was up. And Brian Koberger, you can get the unsealed documents, right from their website, which is nice. Well, not every state has that. Oh, I hear noise. Can you hear them? I hear paper shuffling. The bulky couch, that's a good way to put it. One of those like terminal PCs. It was pretty small. Yeah. Good enough for office work, exactly. Oh, I still couldn't do a lot of video with it. It did not have an excellent video card. I doubt it had anything but the bare minimum. It does look, I believe you're right. Okay, it looks like he's starting again. I hear them moving around, but it looks like the judge is having to take time to explain stuff to Lori. Yep. Absolutely. I do think he's coming back. I'm going to search something, so I am. Well, now it got quiet again. Let me just check Twitter. There are reporters in the courtroom that are on X. I'm sorry, I still do call it Twitter. It's been a long time. It does appear they're going to start with opening statements. They're going to start with the prosecution from what it says. Well, now we're just waiting. Sidebar is very long this morning. Sorry if you could hear my clickety clack. Alex stole the bar. What? Oh, the camera jitters. Alex stole the bar. Mhm. I can't believe we're starting in this morning with such shenanigans already. They're sending Buster out to find it. Or Boba. They should send Boba out to find it, Liam, the dog. Yes, Alex stole the bar. Alex stole everything. That was so fun. You know what? That brings back fond memories. We had a lot of good laughs during that trial. And I'm grateful that you guys are here because we could have some laughs while this one drives me crazy. Because if she keeps this up with the entitlement and wanting the rules all changed for her so she can navigate the system, oh my goodness, like I'm going to lose my mind. Like, I don't know, is she guilty of bad legal manners already? I mean, she does have a right to object to a witness. To object to someone being in the courtroom or to put people on her witness list. But in all honesty, that should have happened weeks ago. He was not on the witness list. And he just wants to be in the courtroom. And the prosecution brought it up because, he is the alleged victim for the trial happening right after this. So in an effort for full transparency, I believe that's why the prosecution brought it up. Okay, Couch, I kind of agree with you. Couch says, okay, I think we'd have to wait to hear what they say after the sidebar to determine bad legal manners. Okay, I'll go with that. Because otherwise it's going to be every single bad legal manners, like every block. Hmm. Well, it is interesting though that she says that the night before this incident that she did let slip that they were trying to do like an intervention on her. Well, remember, there is an interview out there where Charles Vallow was saying that he was trying to help her, that she was off her rocker with all of these, you know, the Latter-day Saint stuff that she was doing with Daybell and actually believing that she was chosen and she was part of the leader of the 140,000. Like, and that she had been talking to God, that she was married to somebody else. Like, she was really, and that people were possessed. And he was afraid. He was afraid for the kids, and he was concerned about her. This man was in a relationship with her. He loved her. And he was watching her spiral out. I would count this as too many sidebars or longest sidebar ever. We are now, let's see, I started 10 minutes in? We are like 30 minutes into the sidebar, I believe. Yeah, 30-minute sidebar is pretty long. To actually, I do think you're right that he is educating Lori on the lay of the land here. I have not heard that they went to lunch. No, I had not. Because trial would have just started at 11:30 there, and I don't think they would have gone to lunch within 30 minutes. Twenty minutes ago, they noted that the sidebar ended. And unfortunately, they're on a 30-minute delay, which means it's 10 minutes before we're going to get opening statements. This is from what I can read about the opening statements. We're going to hear a lot of testimony of what was going on the week of the murder and why it is such an accelerated case, why she's actually being charged with conspiracy for this murder and with this murder, that it was organized with her brother Alex Cox, who did confess to actually murdering Charles Vallow in self-defense. But what we're going to hear from what I just read is the state is going to lay out the witnesses and what each witness is going to be bringing in front of the jury. So that's always a nice way for opening statements when they lay out the case. And they kind of put the little bullets there on what to look for. I think that's helpful for the jury, and I know it's helpful for us. Because remember, when we're watching it like this, the goal is to put yourself in the shoes of the jury. Like, hear all the evidence on both sides. And let's see how it's going. We've heard a lot outside of the court. Well, remember, the only thing that matters is what happens now, here, in the court, in front of the jury. What comes in, what doesn't, how they lay out their case, the jury's perception of it all. The cameraman does say the jitters. I see what you mean, Naomi. Like every once in a while, there's like a
The
shaky,
defense
shaky.
can produce text messages or some information to provide to the court that shows he does in fact have relevant information. He might be called as a witness, but so far the court can't find that Mr. Boudreaux has any relevant information to this case. Therefore, Mr. Boudreaux struck again without prejudice from the witness list. He can remain in the courtroom. We're going to bring the jury in.
There you go,
The
jury
other
coming back in.
matters that were raised by the defense, we'll talk about at another time when the jury's not waiting.
Okay, I vote that qualifies for legal band manners since Lori used the sidebar to actually bring up all her complaints to the judge, which he's not going to address during jury time. I think that's legal band manners. And Brandon Boudreaux can watch the trial. He can watch the trial because she did not, like I said, I didn't see anything in the submissions where she had put these so-called things and stuff, communications, before the court and for the prosecution to review. They get discovery. You cannot just call a witness with nothing and then just throw it up there like you have this stuff. She doesn't. If she does not produce those communications, this witness isn't coming in. And since her subpoena to that witness has not been issued yet, as we heard first thing, the subpoenas are not out. Okay. How is she going to get those communications? She would have to get them from Charles Vallow's phone or for the other side of the conversation. Well, she still wouldn't be able to use Brandon Boudreaux's portion of that conversation unless he's subpoenaed and back on the witness list. See what I mean? It's like a catch-22. She does have access to Charles Vallow's phone. Her expert was going to do a complete download of that phone. That she was very interested in that phone. And I think this is the angle. Why? To prove that they were ganging up on her to do an intervention and that he deserved to die. It proves he was the devil or something of that nature. I mean, I'm waiting for when the word, the chosen, the mission comes into the defense. I don't know about you guys. Look, I predict it will. And now we're waiting for the jury to come back in. Well, Liam, you do have a point here. Legal bad manners would imply she knows what good legal procedure is. And like Cowden said, is it willful ignorance? Is it willful ignorance of the law and what needs to be done? Like, one of those that doesn't apply to me. I'm a special circumstance, it doesn't apply to me. I'm special. I do like Judge Beressky. I think he's very balanced and he's educated on the law. He's trying very hard to dance around all of these rights issues that Lori Vallow keeps throwing at him, and to try to also keep her on track with what's necessary. Why can't we hear what he's saying? I think waiting for the jury to be seated.
Testified to by a witness who has been sworn in and is answering questions from the witness stand. Therefore, it is important to remember that what is said by both the prosecutor and the defendant in opening statements and later in closing arguments is not evidence. The purpose of an opening statement is to help you prepare for anticipated evidence. The state can proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Are you going to use, yeah, put a mic over there.
This is Treena K.
So I'm going to need you to stay close to me the next couple days. Mel, too. She can't go to Utah. They're planking some kind of intervention, but want Mel out of the way, so I'm left alone. I need to come get the stuff at your house tomorrow and secure it. Lots to do. Thanks for standing by me. It's all coming to a head this week. I will be like Nephi, I am told, and so will you. Lori Daybell, the woman seated over here, wrote this to her brother, Alex Cox, on July 9th of 2019, 2 days before they killed Charles Vallow. But to understand why this is so meaningful, why this is relevant, you have to understand the context. So let's talk about it. In July of 2019, Lori Vallow was married to Charles Vallow. Lori Vallow lived here in Arizona, Chandler. Charles Vallow lived in Texas. In July of 2019, Lori Daybell was Lori Vallow, married to Charles Vallow. In July of 2019, Lori Vallow wanted to be Lori Daybell, wife of Chad Daybell. And in July of 2019, Lori Vallow wanted to keep the same lifestyle that she had with Charles. And she could get all of this if Charles was dead. She could marry Chad Daybell and become Lori Daybell. She would get a $1 million life insurance policy from Charles Vallow. She would get Social Security for herself and their son, JJ, as a child of a dead spouse. And all of this would be true if Charles Vallow was dead. So what about Nephi? Well, Lori Vallow, Chad Daybell, and Alex Cox all believed that those who disagreed with them were dark, possessed by evil spirits, sometimes called Z's or zombies. Sometimes they had names for these evil spirits like Ned. Lori, Chad, and Alex used religion, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and a story of Nephi, a prophet, who was directed by the Holy Spirit to kill Laban, to obtain brass plates and secure the long-term prosperity of Nephi's descendants. Lori used this religion and the story of Nephi as justification to kill Charles Vallow, just like Nephi killed Laban. On July 9th of 2019, Lori Vallow invoked Nephi when she messaged Alex to provide them with that religious authority to kill Charles. After months of trying to get rid of him, they were finally ready to be like Nephi. So how did this begin? We go back to 2018. Lori Vallow met Chad Daybell. You will learn that in November of 2018, that Chad Daybell came to Arizona for a Preparing the People conference. And he and others stayed at Lori and Chad's house. Charles was actually out of town with JJ. Lori and Chad acted as if there was nothing between them, but nothing could be further from the truth. By January of 2019, Lori Vallow claimed that Charles Vallow was possessed by an evil spirit that she called Ned. You will see text messages where Lori and Alex refer to him as Ned. During this trial, you're going to hear from some women who initially were close in Lori's circle. These women will tell you they met her through the Preparing the People conference. They are spiritual women within the LDS church. And initially they found Lori's spirituality infectious. But the more they listened to Lori, the more they started to find concern with what she was saying. One of them called it red flags. Lori began saying things like she didn't need to repent, that she was beyond that. And you'll hear from these women that that goes against everything that their religion follows. Everyone must repent. You will hear from Serena Sharp that in March of 2019, she attended a girls' weekend with Lori and some other women. They went to the temple, they had lunch, they did volunteer activities, and then Lori asked them to do something a little unusual. She told them that her husband was possessed by an evil spirit, and she referred to that as Ned. She told them that Charles was no longer in his body. She asked them to come together and try to cast out this evil spirit. Serena will tell you that she didn't ask Lori what would happen to Charles if that evil spirit went. She only knew that she had said Charles was already gone. She didn't know if he would come back or his body would just die. Later that month, on March 26th of 2019, Alex Cox texted his sister, Lori Vallow, and said, quote, "Ned is still alive, just confirmed." Lori responded, "It's not Ned. It's a new one. Ned is gone. No one has seen him, right? Just talk to him, question mark." Alex said, "Correct. Charles' body is alive." "What did you learn, question mark?" And Lori responded, "A lot. Still working on it. We'll call you later." As the year went by, Lori and Alex became more determined to get rid of Charles Vallow's body, whatever they wanted to call him. You will hear from Christina Atwood that she attended a gathering on June 9th of 2019. Again with Lori and some close friends, but this time Alex Cox attended. This was the first time she had met him. Christina will tell you that she heard Alex say that he just wanted to kill Charles. In fact, she heard him say this a couple times. And she heard Lori say in response that she had been drugging Charles, crushing up JJ's pills and putting them in Charles's protein drinks. Christina will tell you she was so disturbed by this that she actually went and confronted Lori the next day and told her that if Charles ended up dead, she would have to go to the police. That's how disturbed she was. Now, Lori, of course, said it was all a joke. What else could she say? But 1 month later, Alex and Lori created that situation to be like Nephi and killed Charles. What about Charles? You're going to learn that Charles and Lori had been together for a long time. They had adopted one of Charles's family members' children, JJ. JJ was everything to Charles. JJ was the reason Charles and Lori were still together. You'll learn that Charles knew about Lori's beliefs, that he was called Nick or Ned or some name. You'll learn that Charles told a lot of people about this. And on February 26th of 2019, Charles made a big decision. He had a $1 million life insurance policy, and his wife, Lori Vallow, had been the beneficiary. He changed it. He changed it to his sister, Kay Woodcock. You will learn he did not have to notify Lori about it, and she had no idea. You'll learn that Charles desperately wanted to bring Lori back to the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. You will learn that he was close with Lori's brother, Adam, and he was reaching out to him during this time period. You will hear from Adam. Adam will tell you that he himself had heard the defendant say things that were outside the LDS religion, that she was translated, Charles was possessed. He knew she was no longer following the LDS faith. Then, June 28th, Charles found out that Lori and Chad were having an affair. You will hear that he reached out to Lori about it, Chad's wife, and out to Adam Cox about it. Now, you're going to hear about a lot of these things because the police executed numerous search warrants. You're going to hear that they executed search warrants on cell phone records, cell tower records, and iCloud accounts. You're going to learn that an iCloud account is basically a service through Apple where you can store everything, photos, emails, documents, whatever you want. This can be intentional, or sometimes it can be unintentional. Your phone or your computer may be saving items there without you even realizing it. You'll learn that for years, Lori Vallow had an iCloud account that was loriforstyle@icloud.com. But after Charles learned about Chad Daybell on that June 28th, she created a new iCloud account, lollytime@icloud account. Many of these text messages between Lori and others that you're going to hear about at trial were recovered from those two iCloud accounts. You're also going to learn about Charles's cell phone. The police eventually recovered it, and they were able to extract the data, look at the messages and things that had been in there. And you're going to learn about those text messages with Adam Cox from July 9th through the 11th. You're going to hear from Adam that they were talking about an intervention, about maybe recording Lori, saying these things and taking those recordings to the stake president, or just confronting the stake president about it. They didn't have an exact plan, but on July 9th, Adam agreed to fly to Phoenix to help try to talk to his sister, talk to the stake president, get her back into this faith. Ultimately, Adam flew to Phoenix on the 10th, as did Charles. Adam will tell you that he actually, when he got his reservation on the 9th from Charles, reached out to his brother, Alex. He asked to stay with him. And Alex said, sure. You'll see phone records. They had a conversation about it. But when Adam flew into Phoenix on the 10th, remember, that's after that message by Lori that he needed to stay close to her. Adam tried texting his brother. Adam tried calling his brother, and Alex didn't respond. Adam didn't know that his brother Alex had been summoned to help his sister Lori be like Nephi, that it was time to kill Charles. The text messages from Lori to Alex about that intervention that she knew about and being like Nephi show that by the evening of July 9th of 2019, Lori knew that Charles was trying to have an intervention. An intervention. In that text message, remember, she said they are trying to have an intervention. She knew it was Charles and others. She also told her brother he had to stay close for the next couple days because she knew that she was going to be seeing Charles on the 11th when he came over to pick up their son, JJ, to take him to school. She told him, it's all coming to a head this week. I will be like Nephi, I am told, and so will you. A few minutes after Lori had texted Alex that message on July 9th that they were going to be like Nephi, Alex called his sister Lori, and they talked for over 56 minutes, planning how they were going to get rid of Charles. Alex would stay close with his gun and he and Lori would be like Nephi. July 10th of 2019 is a day before Charles was killed. We know from text messages that by 7:18 p.m., Alex was already at Lori's house. He brought a garbage bag with some clothes and an orange duffel bag with his .45 caliber handgun and 2 extra magazines of ammunition. He was prepared. We also know that the evening of July 10th, Charles sent a message to Lori letting her know that he would be over at 7:30 a.m. the next day to pick up JJ, to take him to school. Lori and Alex knew exactly when this murder would happen and where it would happen. They just had to make sure that Charles stayed in the house. You'll hear that on the evening of July 10th, Charles spent his last night alive on a date. He had been on several dating apps and appeared to be moving on. You will hear from his date, Nancy Jo, that she and Charles had met on an LDS dating site a few days before. You will hear that she had talked to him and texted him for hours. Sometimes they would talk for 3 hours on the phone. Nancy Jo will tell you that Charles told her about everything of his relationship, his wife's beliefs, everything that was going on. And he had told her about this change to the beneficiary of his life insurance. She will tell you it sounded like a lot of drama, but she still was interested and wanted to meet this person, and so they met that evening for dinner. She'll tell you that she understood on the 11th that Charles would be picking up his son, that he was actually going to meet a realtor about finding a place to rent here so he could be closer to JJ, and that he was going to try to get in touch with Adam to meet up. And then they were supposed to meet later in the day. She will also tell you that she actually told Charles, kind of joking, but in a way to end the drama, why don't you just tell Lori that you changed the life insurance policy so she knows it's not her? Nancy Jo will tell you the next day, she texted Charles, she called him, and she actually thought he had ghosted her. She didn't know he was dead until a few months later when she saw something on the news, photo of him, and actually learned that he had been killed on July 11th. So let's talk about July 11th. That morning, Lori Vallow was up early and she was texting with Chad Daybell. You'll learn that we do not have those text messages. They were not saved in the iCloud, but we have them from the phone records. Alex was already at Lori's house with his gun, and everyone knew that Charles was a punctual person and would be there around 7:30 to pick up JJ so he could get to school. You're going to learn that, like many people, Charles had left his GPS data locating service on his phone. So that means when his phone is moving around, it was constantly documenting with GPS the location of the phone. During this trial, you're actually going to see this data mapped out. You'll be able to see Charles come to the house, and then you're going to see his phone leave with the defendant and what she does all day with it. What we know is that Charles arrived at Lori's house at about 7:35. He texted Adam Cox and told him that Alex, or Al, is here. You'll see from photos that Alex's truck was parked in the driveway. Adam responded, "Really, I wonder why he never called me back." Charles didn't respond to that. Adam then texted, "They're planning something." And Charles responded, "Absolutely." Adam told Charles, "I was supposed to spend the night at his house last night. She probably blocked that." Charles told Adam, "What you do is up to you." Adam then told Charles he was going to reach out to Alex and ask him to come get him and see what Alex would do. And in fact, he did text his brother. You'll learn that Charles read that text message from Adam, but he didn't respond. Adam sent one more text message to Charles at 7:49 a.m. on July 11th. He told him that he and his son were going to go play basketball at 8 p.m. to look for a specific church leader who was usually there and have a conversation with him. Charles Vallow never read that message, but you will learn that Lori and Alex did. Charles went to the front door of 5531 South Four Peaks Place, a house that he had rented for his wife, Lori Vallow, a house that he paid for. Charles would have had to knock on the door, alerting Lori and Alex that he was there. He got JJ, put him out in the car, and then Lori Vallow created the reason to keep Charles from just leaving with JJ. Lori Vallow wanted to stop this intervention. Lori Vallow wanted to stop Charles and Adam from trying to take her temple recommend away. Lori Vallow, who wanted to be Lori Daybell, and Lori Vallow, who wanted Charles's money. So Lori took Charles's cell phone, and she refused to give it back. Lori Vallow, or Lori Daybell, whatever name you want to call her by, is why Charles didn't just leave with JJ that morning. Lori Vallow is why Alex was able to shoot Charles. Lori Vallow is why Charles is dead. So I want to tell you a little bit about the scene, this house, so you can understand what's happening here. When you walk in the front door, there's a big room. It was empty, no furniture. There were mirrors on 2 of the walls, windows on a 3rd wall, and the 4th wall had doorways going into the kitchen and a hallway off to the bedrooms. This is where Charles Vallow was killed. This is where Alex Cox shot him 2 times. The first shot to Charles Vallow was to his chest. It exited out his back. Charles Vallow fell to the ground. He put his left hand to this wound, and blood transferred onto it. You will hear from the medical examiner that this shot went through his heart, and that a person can take seconds to up to 2 minutes to die from that type of wound. You will hear that a person can still talk and move after they're shot in the heart. And we know Charles was able to move since he put his dominant left hand on his chest and transferred that blood to his hand. You will see that. As Charles lay on the floor of 5531 South Four Peaks Place, Alex Cox stood at his feet and fired a second shot. That shot entered his abdomen, and it exited his left shoulder. The angle was significantly upward. Dr. Baumgardner, who is the medical examiner, will tell you that this wound was shored. You will learn that shored means that there was something hard behind that wound. So when the bullet exited it, it caused a different tearing pattern than the other wound that exited Charles's back. It is this shored wound, this exit on Charles's left shoulder, that shows us that there was nothing accidental about this second shot. You will learn from the cell phone that at 7:49, Lori left Charles's house, or left her house with Charles's cell phone, his wallet, his rental car, and JJ and Tylee. She drove to Burger King, Walgreens, dropped JJ off at school before she and her daughter Tylee drove back to the house. During this time, while Lori is driving around in Charles's car with his phone, she spoke with her brother Alex twice. The first call was at 7:52 a.m., 3 minutes after she left. The second call was at 8:06 a.m., 17 minutes after she left. You will hear that when Alex and Lori are talking, neither of them had called 911 yet. In fact, you will hear that Alex didn't call 911 until 47 minutes after Lori left. Charles Vallow lay dead on the floor of that house for 47 minutes before he called 911. During this 47 minutes, Alex began staging the scene and making mistakes. You're going to learn that the police found a bat that was located on the right side of Charles to the north of his head. Like he had been holding it, and when he was shot and fell, it dropped, it rolled up against one of the walls that had mirrors on it. What you're going to learn that is Alex forgot that Charles was left-handed. In fact, you're going to learn that Charles was a semi-professional baseball player. He pitched and he batted left-handed. So that bat was on the wrong side. Next, you're going to hear about an injury to Alex himself. Lori had told police that Charles hit Alex in the head with this bat before Alex shot Charles. Classic self-defense. But in all cases, we must look at the physical evidence because it doesn't lie. And the physical evidence doesn't have a bias or a memory loss. Sometimes it's the lack of physical evidence that doesn't lie. So again, we know that this room where Charles was shot had no furniture, mirrors, 2 walls. You learn that although Lori claimed that Charles hit Alex with that bat and then Alex shot him in self-defense, that Alex's gun had no blood transferred on it. Alex was allegedly struck in the head with a bat by a semi-professional baseball player. Doesn't go unconscious, and he never touches that injury. Pulls out a gun, is able to shoot this man twice, and then he takes the gun down a hallway and puts it into a room. Never apparently touching his head or this wound. And again, Lori says that Alex was hit with the bat in this room by Charles. But again, what we don't see is any blood on the floor. Charles strikes Alex in the head with a bat. They're grappling on the ground. There's not a single drop of blood on the ground in that room. There's pooling of blood around Charles as he lay there on the ground. There's not a drop of blood going down the hallway to where Alex put the gun. There's not a drop of blood in the room where Alex put that gun. There's not a drop of blood on the floor in the kitchen where Alex went to go wash his hands. There are no towels, sheets, clothing, napkins with blood on them, where Alex was holding his head and trying to stop this bleeding from this injury. You will see on body-worn camera, Alex Cox, who's on with 911, come out of the house. He will have a phone in one hand and his other hand up, and you will notice that he actually has a pair of sunglasses resting on the top of his head. You will see at some point, Alex sits down and they ask him to move to another location. They talk to him for a while, and then you'll see him eventually touch his head a few times, and then he obtains a napkin or towel, something, and you'll see him at times rubbing his head, patting it. That is the only bloody item you will see. Those sunglasses on Alex's head. He is struck in the head by a baseball player while grappling on the ground. He then pulls out a gun and shoots his brother, puts away this gun, deals with his injury, and yet those sunglasses are still right there on the top of his head. No blood on the floors, no blood on the gun, no damage to the mirrors, bad on the wrong side. The lack of physical evidence to help support this self-defense claim. Next, trajectory. The medical examiner will talk to you about the trajectory through Charles's body. The detectives are going to talk to you about the trajectory through the room. Dr. Baumgartner will tell you that the trajectory of that first shot to Charles, the one that went through his chest, through his heart, and out his back, was front to back and slightly downward. It will be less than an inch downward. The detectives will tell you that the bullet from that shot, actually, as it exited Charles's back, ended up across the room in the baseboard. They pulled it out and recovered it. Both of them will say that this shot is consistent with Charles being standing upright with a person in front of him. The gun could be slightly down, or his hand could cause that little bit of downward angle. Dr. Baumgartner will tell you that that second shot that entered Charles's abdomen and exited his left shoulder, that the trajectory of that shot was front to back and significantly upward, 13 inches upward. Dr. Baumgartner is also the one who will tell you about that shored wound. What you will hear from the detectives, though, is that when they found Charles on the ground, off to the side of his left shoulder was the other bullet on the ground, not embedded. They'll also tell you that when they finally moved Charles, they took his body away, they cleaned up the blood on the ground, and they noticed a defect in the flooring, in the wood, consistent with a bullet striking the ground. That defect was located where Charles's left shoulder had been. You will hear that both Dr. Baumgartner and the detectives found the trajectory. The wounds were consistent with Charles laying on the ground, Alex being at his feet when that second shot was fired. The physical evidence does not lie. Charles was on the ground when Alex Cox fired that second shot. The injuries to Charles, the location of the bullet strikes, the trajectory of the injuries both in Charles and in the house all show this was not self-defense. This was a staged murder scene. I told you that Lori Vallow left the house at 7:49 a.m., and we know this because of Charles Vallow's cell phone. The 911 call was placed at 8:36 a.m., 47 minutes later. The police arrived at 5531 South Four Peaks Place at about 8:41 a.m. Lori Vallow and her daughter Tylee returned to the house at 8:48 a.m. When the police first contacted Lori Vallow, they thought she had no idea that her husband was dead, that he'd been shot and killed. Initially, you will see body cam footage of an officer going up and just getting her information. Lori doesn't ask, why are all these police here? Why is there a fire truck here? Why is my brother sitting on the ground over there? Or is he okay? Instead, she comments about her neighbors. You'll learn that the police then pulled her aside to do what they call a death notification, to let her know that her husband was dead. Only to their surprise, she told them she knew, she was there. So at this point, the police knew they needed to take her to the police station and question her. You'll learn that Lori Vallow was interviewed by the police. She was treated very kindly. The police asked her what happened. Lori Vallow told the police that she took Charles's cell phone. She admitted that she was the reason that Charles didn't just leave and take JJ to school. She told police in no uncertain terms that Charles was demanding his phone back, and she refused to give it back. She told the police that even as Charles screamed at her for his phone, she walked away from him, wouldn't give it to him. No matter what happened or what Charles said or did, she would not give his phone back to him. Lori told police that her daughter, Tylee, came out of the room during this screaming with a bat. That Charles took it away from Tylee, and Tylee fell on the ground. And she told Tylee to go out to the car with JJ. She still didn't return the phone. She told police that Alex came out, that he and Charles got into this scuffle with the bat, that Charles hit him in the head with the bat. She still didn't give Charles back the phone. What she did instead was take his phone and go around that wall into the kitchen. Left the situation. Time to let brother Alex be Nephi. While she's in the kitchen, she said she heard the gunshot, came out, saw Charles on the ground, and her brother standing at Charles's feet. Then she told the police she left. You'll learn that the police actually had no idea that Lori still had Charles's phone. Even when they're interviewing her, she still had it. Police are processing the house, looking for it. Where is it? I can't find it. Later in the afternoon, you'll hear that the police actually called Lori and Alex and asked them to come back to the scene. And when Lori arrived, they asked her, told her they couldn't find Charles's phone. And she told the detective that she found the phone in the car. Found it in the car. She gave Charles's phone to Detective Enclan and then provided her with Charles's PIN number to get into the phone. You'll learn that after those interviews in the morning, Lori and Alex went back to Alex's house in Santan. And there they went through Charles's phone. You'll learn that Alex actually took photos of some of the messages between Charles and Adam, including Adam's flight reservations. And he later sent those to his sister, Lori. July 11th. Lori didn't tell any of Charles's family he was dead. She didn't tell Adam that Charles was dead. She certainly knows they'd been talking. The next day, Lori texted Charles's sons from his prior marriage and told them, "Your dad is dead." Charles's sons reached out to their Aunt Kay about this, and you'll learn that Kay and her husband had to Google this, see if it was true. They found out that Charles had been shot. So what about the money? That life insurance policy. Charles Vallow had $1 million life insurance policy. When he got it, his wife, Lori Vallow, was the beneficiary. We know that Charles died on a Thursday, July 11th. That next Monday, July 15th, Lori Vallow called Banner Life Insurance. The call was recorded and you will hear it. She told the agent that Charles had been accidentally shot. It was an accident. And that she was the beneficiary. Both of those statements are not correct. There was nothing accidental about that shooting, and she was not the beneficiary. 3 days later, on July 18th, Lori Vallow learned that she was not the beneficiary. Banner Life Insurance could not and would not tell her who Charles had changed it to. But Lori was angry about it. And you're going to learn that on July 18th of 2019, there's another very important text message in this case. The first one on July 9th between Lori and Alex when they discussed being like Nephi. And on July 18th, 7 days after Lori and Alex killed Charles and Lori learned she is not getting $1 million life insurance policy, she sends a message to Chad Daybell. Quote, "So I talked to the insurance company. He changed it in March. So it was probably Ned before we got rid of him. You can't tell me who, of course, but it's done. I'll still get $4,000 a month from SS." In this text message, Lori tells Chad that it was probably Ned, that evil spirit inhabiting Charles's body, that changed the life insurance policy before they got rid of him, before they killed him. After Lori found out that she was not the beneficiary, she was so angry that she actually went through Charles's laptop, found the beneficiary change form, sent photos of that to Chad. She also confronted Kay about it. The $1 million she had expected to get was gone. But as Lori told Chad on the 18th, she was still going to get money from the death of Charles. Lori knew already that a month before going to see Social Security, how much money she would get for JJ and for herself as a caregiver as a result of Charles being killed. $4,000 a month. Ladies and gentlemen, the evidence in this case is going to show you that Lori Vallow, Daybell, conspired with her brother, Alex Cox, to kill her husband, Charles Vallow. When Charles let Lori know he was coming into town, she quickly got the pieces into place. Alex came to her house with a gun. Lori created the way to keep Charles inside the house so that Alex and she could be like Nephi, to kill Charles Vallow to better at least her life so she could be with Chad and she could live off that life insurance policy. As we go through this trial, you will see photos of Charles's injury, photos of the crime scene, and hear testimony that will prove that this was not self-defense. As we go through this trial, you'll be provided with phone calls, emails, text messages, and hear testimony that lays out the motive for this murder, money, and Chad Daybell. You will see text messages and hear from people who Lori trusted and who were later pushed away, people who really don't want to be part of this trial, but were pulled into it by this defendant and her desire to get rid of Charles to be with Chad. People who heard Lori for months saying Charles was gone, possessed. People who will establish that this murder was premeditated. You will hear text messages from July 9th by Lori to her brother, Alex Cox, that he had to stay near her, that it was all coming to a head, and she would be like Nephi, and so would he. A justified killing, just like the prophet. And later, the text message to Chad where she told him that Charles changed the life insurance policy before they got rid of Ned. A confession by Lori of how religion and money were twisted to justify Charles's murder. At the end of this trial, the state will come to you and ask you to hold the defendant responsible for the death of Charles Vallow and find her guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Thank you.
All right. Will the defendant be giving an opening statement? Okay, because of the lunch hour, your opening statement will start after lunch. I'm going to excuse the jury for lunch. I'm going to ask juror 3 to stay back. I need to talk to you about something. Please remember the admonition, jurors. We'll see you. Let's start. Everyone be back in the jury room about 1:20 p.m. and we'll resume at 1:30. Thank you.
All rise for the jury.
Okay, looks like we're going to be having ourselves a break. Another break. But wow, was that not some great opening statements? Mm. All right, hold on. I'm going to fix things here. Wow. Wow. You call me in during, like I was chuckling, like this is surprising. But actually, what a wonderful presentation by the prosecution. How simple, direct, laying out the theory of the crime and bullet pointing it with all the evidence they're going to see. It was simple, not emotional, just very direct. The only emotion was in reading the text messages. She did put that connotation on there, like a little bit of snark, you know. But man, I don't know what she's gonna say, but I am glad she's gonna say it because wow, the afternoon should be entertaining. I am quite impressed with Treena K's style, though, to the jury. I think the jury, if I was on that jury, I would appreciate it. Like it was very simple and direct in a lot of facts, like things I didn't even realize that they have all the messages between her and Adam. In her, no, between Adam and Charles, in also in Alex, which is the brother that actually shot him. Yeah. I realize what that Lori is delusional, but what could she possibly say? Well, here's the thing. In the interview that I just watched last night, which I'm going to give you guys the link. That's something that would be interesting for you to maybe take a look at while we're on break. If you don't want to hang here and talk too much. But where's my file? Yeah. There were two things. Here's the full interview that she just did with Arizona True Crime. And this interview, she actually says why she wanted to be her own lawyer, why she wanted to go pro se. And it really wasn't because she felt like she had a better defense or she could do a good job or she's an excellent attorney or she knows better. It was because her lawyers wouldn't say what she wanted to say. They wouldn't put forth all of the things that she wanted to say. I think this may become one of those things where, well, did you guys follow the civil suit that was kind of related to the Koberger case when the professor was defamed by the TikTok psychic? In the Professor Schofield actually sued the TikTok psychic. And the TikTok psychic actually used the defense of, just because you don't believe the way I believe doesn't mean that all of this isn't true. My psychic guides told me that Rebecca Schofield is guilty of this crime, and therefore I said it, so it's not defamation. It's true. You can't prove my psychic guides lied. Kind of thing. And I'm wondering, the reason I bring that up is, will Lori actually use the defense of her beliefs? That, of course, this is all true. And just because you don't understand it or you don't believe it doesn't mean it isn't so. And I'm innocent. There was no murder here. That was a demon. She did try that in the other one. She has said in interviews afterwards, when talking to her son, when talking to others, that Jesus knows she committed no crime, that JJ and Ty Lee are in a better place, and there was no murder, that they are happy and they love her and they have no problem with what has happened. Wow. Like that actually turned the media upside down. Like people were so upset. I was upset when I heard her talking like that. And here she is talking to her son like that. Her son, who is mourning the loss of his siblings. in trying to understand how this mother that he loved for so many years, that he was close to, could do such a thing. Because apparently she's only lost the plot after a few years. And that meeting Daybell made it worse. Well, she had already started to lose the plot before. Exactly, Jester. That's kind of like it. Of course, she wanted to defend herself because her lawyer would do his job, not obey her delusions. Pretty much, yeah. I wonder what would happen if a lawyer showed her clips from Darrell Brooks and people like him and the outcomes that they would change their minds. Probably not. Probably not. It reminds me, there's another video that, remember the woman who did the analysis, like the analysis of Sarah Boone, Guilty Words. She does like a psychological review of like where they're coming from. She had a lot of interesting things to say last night. She did a video that I caught, and I do like her. This is Guilty Words. Check out the video and give her a view. Give her a sub. She does cover some of the defendants in these really big cases. She did do Sarah Boone a lot. She's on to a few others, but she did do Lori Vallow last night. After watching the interview that I posted prior, and tried to lay out like the reasons, like very narcissistic reasons, and really no defense. She never talked about what her defense would be, or that she wasn't guilty. A divine intervention, maybe, Charlie. You might be onto something there. She's not delusional enough not to be declared incompetent, because she does know what's going on. She really does. The judge, there is no sound, but the judge is talking to the juror number 3. I don't know if we're going to have a alternate come in for that juror or what's going on. They do not let us know, the particular problems of that, but there'll be an announcement, just like there was at the end of the sidebar, which that concluded with the witness is off the list, but you can put him back on if you show the evidence as to why it's pertinent that he be there. But for now, Brandon Boudreaux is off of the witness list and allowed in the courtroom. But, in fairness, the judge said, if you bring me something that has teeth, we'll look at it. Now, he has said that about a lot of her witnesses. He's trying to be as fair as possible. He does understand the constraints she's under. She has only an hour that she's allowed out of her cell. She has very little contact with everybody. She does have a full-time investigator, but from his attitude in court, in his unwillingness to go through the terabytes of information, I don't think he feels he's paid sufficiently by the state to actually give much effort, unfortunately, for her, because contacting the witnesses, getting the subpoenas out, this kind of stuff is weeks, months behind. She's been pro se since what, November? December? Yeah. So they had time. The advisory council cannot do the work for her, can only tell her what needs to be done or give her advice when she asks the question. And she does have a paralegal, which was able to type up motions. She wasn't handwriting them anymore, Jean says Catholics take out the demon, Lori takes out the host. Yep. I don't know. You see, the problem was they were trying to get her back into the LDS faith. Like, they're all Latter-day Saints, but even Chad Daybell, he was Latter-day Saints also, and he actually kind of went off the rails with it as an adjunct, and there was a lot of dissension within the church about that. From what we just heard in the opening statements by the prosecution, it was Charles Vallow speaking with her older brother, Adam Cox, in regards to getting this information to the church to try to get her back in, to try to have someone from the church intervene with her. in these beliefs that are getting like off the rails, trying because they were very, they had their beliefs and their religion, nothing wrong with that. But he was trying to help. He could see there was a problem. And he lost his life for it. I appreciated the actual evidence being discussed in regards to the trajectory, which Lori did put motions against. She does not want the investigator on the scene, Daniel Combs, because he had retired. She does not want him coming in and talking about the angle of the gun and things like that. She said he's not an expert in firearms and he can't be testifying as an expert witness. But he was the crime scene investigator at the time, and he surely can testify. And the judge didn't really allow that to be removed. He will be testifying. Whether they call him an expert or not is something else. Well, he is one of the lead investigators at the scene at the time, and he can testify, even if he's retired now. He was there. She had a hard time keeping him out. She wanted all the other witnesses, Charles Vallow's sister, his date from the night before, and her friend. She wanted them all out. She wanted them all out because it's all hearsay. They just have bad things to say about me. Well, that motion didn't hold up. That motion didn't either. The judge is trying to be as fair as possible. He's giving her a lot of leeway. He's, striking people off the list with prejudice, meaning she can bring it back. She can try if she actually complies with what is required. Well, he's got a tough job balancing what is required by the law and the court and being fair to the prosecution and the victims and the victim's family, representing the people, okay, in a fair trial also. Not just Lori. She's not the only one with rights here. She kind of fails to understand that the judge is there to balance it between the rights of both parties and to make sure the law is upheld. He's the law here. He's got to keep her on the straight on how things get done. And, well, she's pushing the envelope a lot. She really is. She really is. Well, are you guys looking forward to her opening statement? How do you guys feel if I take a 30-minute music break to go get myself some more coffee, take a bathroom break, check in on some stuff, and then, return, of course, as soon as they're live? Would you guys be okay with that? That way I can, eat a little something and then come back, spray my throat. Hello, Teresa. How are you? I was just talking about taking a 30-minute break while they're on lunch. Yes, Couch, is that fine with you? Thanks. Yeah. Thanks for stopping in to say hello, Teresa. It's nice to see you. All right, I'm going to put on a little bit of music. Liam says, looking forward is not exactly how I feel in regards to her testimony. It should be interesting. I know that. I think it's going to be interesting. I'm curious on what angle she's going to take. Like, she's supposed to talk about how she's going to, what her case is, like what her defense is. And I have no idea. So that's why I'm so curious. No dying during. Yes, exactly. I want to spray my throat. I want to, take a short break. It should be enlightening, Jen. You're right. At least we'll find out what type of defense she's actually going to be presenting. Morbid curiosity, morbidly curious. I feel you, Jester. I feel you. I do. Okay, so if you guys want to talk more before they come back, I will be back. My clock says just past 4:15. I will be back at 10 after 4 to make sure that we're back in plenty of time for them. And I'll do a little bit of research on other things that are going on and give you some things to talk about. But in the meantime, check out those 2 videos, especially the Guilty Words one, okay? Because I think it was kind of insightful for those of you like me that kind of like to get into the psychological part of some of this, especially with the defendant like Lori Vallow Daybell. I mean, yeah. Okay. All right. So I'll be back in about 30. Okay, guys? All right. I'm going to put on a little music for you all. Let's see if I remember. Where did my music go? Oh, here it is. Mm-hmm. We'll put on some unicorn heads. Get in the car and go. Okay. Thank you so much, everyone. We'll be back. Okay. Well, they have not continued the live feed yet. They're still doing commentary during the break. Remember that even though the court comes back within an hour, we are on a 30-minute delay on the court's ruling, and that is to prevent exposure of the jury or anything going astray. That's not unusual. A lot of justices will do that when it is up to them whether we have live feed or not. A lot of the commentary during the lunch was about the last hearings and how feisty Lori Vallow was with the judge in regards to not getting a continuance and being able to get things as if the rules do not apply to her. And it's quite frustrating because he's really doing what he can to give her every opportunity, as we saw today with the witness exclusion of Brandon Boudreaux. She's completely unprepared to present that witness. She could not answer questions in regards to what this witness would provide through the trial. If there are text messages, why haven't they been submitted for discovery? It is just what she believes in, what she thinks is there, and acquiring it and getting it and dotting the I's and crossing the T's is not something that she's been able to do as her own defense attorney very well, even with the team that she's put together. Now, I did read some comments on Twitter as to what was going on. Apparently, the investigator was talking with the counselors, the counselor attorneys, that are there to assist her for questions and all. There was a lot of conversation between the investigator and the two of the attorneys that are assisting for counsel only, for advisory counsel, I guess you would call it. And Lori wasn't even in on that conversation. Lori was paying a very acute attention. They said like drilling eyes into Treena K as she spoke and taking notes. The jury seemed to be responding very well to Treena K. They were riveted, paying very close attention. For sidebars, I heard that there are headphones that are put on because the prosecution in Lori are not allowed to actually come up to the bench for quiet, and so that there are headphones. But he did, because it was going to be a while, dismiss the jury, as you saw, and he had to wait for them to come back. That's going to make more time whenever there is a sidebar or something that needs to be discussed, because getting the headphones on and all of that, and or excusing the jury as necessary for the longer ones. There's going to be a lot of dead time. But it does appear that she may be making an opening statement. I didn't hear a definite yes or a no. Well, she said they would do it after. I think she said yes, so I think that's why he said after lunch. So I do have an article I want to share with you. Hold on one second. I did see a post from East Idaho News. They said that they have the actual copies of the text messages that were presented that Lori Vallow sent to Charles Vallow's sons after this. And it kind of shows how she really wasn't concerned with anybody else at the time. A little distressing to be so cold, I think. I actually think she was quite cold. She doesn't want to give any information. She's just said, "Oh, by the way, your dad's dead, and I'll talk to you later," kind of thing, which was really rude. She did not want to discuss anything with anyone. She didn't advise his sister or his family. She acted guilty. A lot of the commentary channels are talking about the religious aspect of this that Treena K brought up about the killing, the Nephrite, and about how that whole thing was done to cleanse and etc. And it is going to come in. I would expect a lot of this to be presented by Lori herself. And hey Jay, it's good to see you. Oh, the music is still going? Wait, I could have swore I turned it off. I'm sorry. Whoa. I am so sorry. Does that mean you didn't hear anything I was saying? I'm so sorry. Wow. I pushed it and it didn't go off. It's bizarre. But thank you for letting me know, Couch. You guys should have told me. No, I just turned it off. Yeah. Okay. So anyway, the article that I just posted, that it because you probably couldn't hear anything I said. I'm going to repeat myself if you did. Let me just take this comment off now. All right. So the music is off now. Let's just get a confirmation. Did I have it all the way off? It is definitely off. Oh, you did hear me? Okay. So that article is interesting because it's a test messages that she made after Charles was dead, and that she did that from his phone, from Charles's phone, so they would get it to the sons. Oh, okay. You could hear me and the music. Okay. So I don't have to repeat everything. That's good. Anyway, they are talking a lot about the religious aspect of this on the other commentary channels in between. I've got like Law and Crime Up and Fox 10 in Phoenix, and also Nate Eaton from East Idaho News is covering this. He covered the Lori Vallow trial right there in Idaho the whole time, and the Chad Daybell trial. So of course he's going to add these. He's in Arizona. He's in the courtroom. And everyone is talking about, the text messages back and forth from Lori Vallow and Alex Cox, which actually shows the premeditation of the murder, the discussing of why it needs to be done, about Charles being possessed. And, I think that the prosecution laid out a very good theory to the case. And like I said, then put in the bullets of the evidence that proved every step of the way. It was very concise, but it was simple and direct. And it seems like the jury followed every word. What everyone is saying that was in the courtroom and given commentary now during the lunch break is that the jury was riveted and paying very close attention and following and nodding. And Lori did not look pleased. Her lips were pursed. And like the poll says, she did seem irked every time she was called Vallow instead of Daybell, because she wants to be called Daybell. Because as the prosecution did put in their opening statement, that was her focus, on becoming Mrs. Daybell. And she made that point clear. And I'm sure Lori scowling and flinching every time she gets called Vallow will also be noticed. She's going to have to put on the charm. There are a lot of men on the jury. Yes. And it was said that during jury deliberations that Lori really put on the suite when dealing with the jury, especially the men. So I can't wait for opening statements. That will be our really good look at her. We don't get a good view of her on the defense table. That was part of the agreement with the media, not to focus on her face all the time, and in allowing cameras and allowing the live stream to go through on a 30-minute delay, was to make sure that they didn't focus like that on her, and that they would focus on witnesses and the judge and then, the podium, like they did with the prosecution standing in front of the jury. I don't know if Lori's going to be able to stand in front of the jury the way Treena K did. From what they had said before, she could only go to the podium. And if that's true, that is going to look a little bit different and may make the jury have some kind of opinion about it. So I don't know if that has changed. I would think, since they allowed Treena K, that it did. Yes, no, I don't think she's that charming either. I think she tried to be charming. They said she was using her feminine ways. Yeah. I'm waiting for notice that they're coming back. The feeds are still doing commentary in between, because remember, we're on a 30-minute delay. So even though they come back for lunch, which they should be back from lunch now, there's be a 30-minute delay. So we're going to have a little bit of time. Did anybody get to see any of the video links that I posted? I found them quite fascinating, especially the guilty words one. Going over why someone would want to be pro se. Some of them because they think they have a better legal angle. Some of them from mental health issues like Darrell Brooks. Some of them because they think they have something to say and that their lawyer is not actually putting forward them. They have something personal that people need to hear. And that seems to be why Lori wanted to be pro se. Mm-hmm. So the story of Nephi that Jester had posted earlier is to the reference to Ned and the reference in the text messages between Lori Vallow and her brother Alex Cox. The prosecution is keying in on too, as a big part of the story as to why Lori is using religion to commit murder and to justify her murder and to make it that it's not actually murder and that it was necessary. The only thing about that is that, prior to this alleged murder, actually the killing of Charles Vallow, whether it be self-defense or not by the brother Alex Cox, Charles Vallow is on body cam with officers with a complaint and actually telling them that Lori was entrenched in this, in that she thought that he was possessed, and actually gave them like the whole scenario ahead of time, and they're fully aware. And that's before the murder. Another interesting aspect is to consider is whether or not the other crimes that she's been convicted of, the murders, are going to come in. And here's the thing: those murders happened after the death of Charles Vallow, so relevancy is going to be an issue. It is relevant to credibility that she's a convicted felon, but I don't know if they can actually say why she's a convicted felon. If she takes the stand and makes any inference to the children or anyone else involved, it could possibly come in. I'm sure the prosecution will jump on it and it will all come in. But unless she takes the stand in her own defense, I don't think we'll hear the actual crimes she was convicted of come into the court. Although I do believe, for credibility purposes, they are allowed to mention that she's a convicted felon. We'll see. Although it's pretty prejudicial. But because of credibility issues, it is also probative. So it's going to be, as the judge says, we'll deal with that when it happens. He says that a lot. We'll deal with that as it comes up. He doesn't like to make decisions ahead of time. He wants the context. He wants the scenario. If Lori does take the stand in her own defense, she will not be able to do narrative. Someone will have to ask her pre-prepared questions that she has prepared herself, and she will have to answer them directly. I would imagine she's been working on that quite intensely, because if the reason that she wants to be pro se is because she has something to say, I'm betting she's taking the stand. What do you guys think? Do you think she'll take the stand? Yes, you missed the earlier. Yes, she is. She's pro se. Jay is asking, is she actually representing herself? Yes, she is. She has been since, I think it was late November, early December. And it's been the hearings, like, you got to go to the playlist. The hearings have been like really something, especially the last one. If you just check out the last one, you'll get a good idea of what we're going to be dealing with. Yeah. I think so too. Charles says, like, yup. I think she will, because she's a narcissist. Yeah, she has narcissistic tendencies. She definitely does. She's very Mimi oriented. She only sees things through the scope of her and how it relates to her. Yeah. Let's see. Couch, are you over there? Like, I'll pop over. If not, just send me a message that you're there to get rid of the whatever, the whatever. Oh, thank you for killing the bot in Twitch. I don't get to see it in the comments here in StreamYards once you do kill the bot. I would think that her lawyers said, "Do not take the stand," and she said, "Hold this beer, which I just brewed in myself." So exactly, like I said, she said that her lawyers were not letting her say what she wanted to say, and I think or do what like, and that's why she decided to go pro se. And she says, "Why not? She still has 3 life sentences in Idaho to fulfill. Been too long. When you getting back?" I know it's good to see him, isn't it? Yeah. Yes. Yes, you know what? It could be sooner than you think, Jane. Like, join us tonight at 8:00 and we'll see. We've got Luigi Mangione and Lisk, Rex Harriman cases out of the state of New York that I'm updating. Thank you very much, Couch. I appreciate it. I didn't have that link up, but I would have went in there. Absolutely. Rocket Couch, add anything you want to ban terms. If it lets you, go ahead and do it. Otherwise, send them to me and I'll figure it out eventually how to do it. I'm sure it's not that hard. But yeah, go ahead and add it. I trust you completely. Go ahead. Yeah. One of the questions that I got in DM is like, how is Lori Daybell able to continue her relationship with Chad while they're both in maximum security? Chad Daybell was convicted of the murders of Ty Lee and JJ and his wife Tammy, and he has life. He's got the death penalty. Actually, he's in maximum security also. But apparently, it's the daughter Emma who was supporting her father through all of this, who is in contact with Lori Vallow Daybell in the prison where she is, and that messages could be going back and forth that way. Mm-hmm. We're still waiting on the 30-minute delay. Mm-hmm. Okay, I think so that we don't miss it. I am going to put the thing up because most of the channels have reverted to the banner. Okay, and let's see. There we go. And this way you could still hear me, but we won't miss anything. Let me just see if there's any noise. There shouldn't be any noise in the courtroom, but if it gets distracting, let me know, and I'll lower it until they actually come back in. But this way we won't miss anything. We could still talk. I hope that everybody's day is going well. You took a little bit of a stretch and a break. I went and had some cheese and crackers, made some more coffee. I'm ready. I am ready to hear this opening statement if it exists. If not, we're going to go right into testimony from the prosecution. So we'll see. Lori does have the option to hold her opening statement till after the case is presented by the prosecution. And then she would open up her case with her opening statement and then do her witnesses if she has any. If she has any, we'll see like what happens with all of that. And or take the stand herself and then, closing statements after when she rests her case. Yeah. Oh, you forgot to order popcorn, Liam. This tragedy. What are you going to do? Like, this is definitely popcorn worthy. That reminds me, for the next couple, I've got some kettle corn. It's like sweet and salty. Like, so what did you guys think of the prosecution's opening statement? Like, I'm curious. Like, I know what I think. I think it was very well. What stands out to you? Did you learn anything on the case? I saw some of the comments like as it was going on, and you guys seems like you guys were impressed with like this case is very well formulated and being laid out. And I can't even think of how Lori Vallow Daybell is going to do a defense. Except for, like most defenses, she could just pick apart the evidence, put reasonable doubt on how they got it and actually the credibility of it. I'm sure she will be asking pointed questions of the witnesses that she didn't even want in. It's personal, very personal when your life is on the line. Well, it's not like she's going to be getting out of jail soon. She does have an appeal going on for her life sentences in Idaho. Well, after reading it, I really don't think she has got much of a case. Yes, me too, Charlie. And I hope she does do the opening. I'm pretty sure that she said she was, but after I get talking for a while, I'm not sure I heard what I heard. But I know before he said lunch, I think he said, well, if you're going to do the opening, then we will break for lunch and then come back. Or maybe he was waiting for her decision. I think this is the kind of case that you don't need to know all the details to actually watch the shenanigans going on and be greatly entertained by the information that gets presented. I agree, Liam, because we've been following it. It was mostly facts, which I already knew, just condensed with a good envelope of motive. Yes, that I was impressed with how she wove the motive in there with the bullet points on how she's proving the motive also, with the text messages, the conversations, the timeline. I thought she wove it very well with those bullet points of evidence, statements from people and how things are going to get proved, which often when you're doing an opening statement, often you're telling the theory of the case and what you believe happened, but they fail to bullet point that evidence to have the jury focus on it. I think that is very clever and very, I would say, necessary in order to have a jury track your theory. So I was impressed with how she laid that all out. She's quite experienced, actually. And she's also, during the hearings, you can see that she gets a little bit annoyed because, Lori, for all her push to have a timely trial, has done nothing but delay everything as far as discovery and witnesses and not following process. She's made it very difficult and makes it difficult for the prosecution, because then, of course, they are going to file a motion to exclude all her witnesses because they didn't get anything. And rightly so. It makes them look hard. makes them look unfair, although they're not being. They're following the rules. And it's actually a little unfair to the prosecution to allow her to proceed without following the same rules that everybody else has to. He's giving her a little bit of leeway. If something is very pertinent and she follows through, they'll get it in. He's taking into consideration the constraints that she has, but she's had months, and it's up to them to coordinate this. Yes, true. Jay, yes, Lori Vallow was convicted of conspiracy to murder JJ and Tylee and Chad Daybell's wife, Tammy Daybell, in the Idaho case. She got 3 life sentences. In that case, there was the death penalty, but it was taken off the table due to some prosecutorial errors in delaying her timely trial. Because of they removed it for her mental competency. She spent 10 months working on competency. There was also some errors in some filing, and they missed the date. And so they removed the death penalty off the table in consideration of that, kind of like a sanction against the prosecution. I think that trial is what has Lori Daybell fixed on this timely trial thing. She's hoping for an error to get everything off, like to try to get things lowered, to use it to her advantage. It did work in the first one with her lawyers. She had pretty decent lawyers in the first case, although it didn't keep her from a guilty verdict. Chad Daybell has been convicted of the same 3 murders, and he got the death penalty. It did not get removed. In the Idaho charges against Lori, she also got convicted of the fraud for using the Social Security money of Tylee and for committing the crimes for monetary gain. So, she's guilty of that also. Now, I don't know how much of that's going to come into this. This is about the prior murder of her previous husband, Charles Vallow, who Alex Cox, her brother, admitted to shooting with a shotgun in the home and said it was self-defense. There's also going to be another trial after this for the attempted murder of Brandon Boudreaux for her ex-nephew, the husband of her niece, Melanie, who was very, very involved in this whole scenario of praying to release the demons that were possessing people. Melanie also, there were statements that she had also thought one of her children was possessed. It's quite an involved, interesting case. This would be the 3rd trial, and there will be one more. There'll be 4. Yes, Lori is the one insisting on a speedy trial. She did not waive her rights. Exactly. You can't help but wonder if there are any others. Well, her other husband before Charles Vallow, which was Joseph Ryan, he also died, although they say that was by natural causes. And the one who shot Charles Vallow, Alex Cox, he's now dead also. There has been numerous deaths around this woman. And Chad Daybell. Matter of fact, anybody that had anything to do with them seems to be gone. Well, it's quite an involved case. This murder of Charles Vallow happened prior to the others that she's already been convicted of, which is why they're not coming in as strongly as we think. Okay, we're getting a good view. It does not look like Lori is in the courtroom right now. I can't really tell because she's wearing street clothes. She could be. But they're fixing the camera, obviously. The jury is not seated. I don't know if this is a break, like that if they came back and this is after the 30 minutes or this is right before the 30 minutes as they get ready. So we should be coming in soon. Wow, that's stark white. What you doing there, dude? Like fleet seed. I did post coverage on Lori Vallow's Idaho trial. That was not open to the public. They did have audio available and everything afterwards, and we did post trial review and everything on that. We did cover Chad Daybell though, and it was a death penalty case, and that was very interesting. I enjoyed covering that with you all and having those death penalty conversations in the with Mangione coming up on the death penalty. I'm enjoying, going to have that too. The federal case, I would say, against Mangione. The state does not have it themselves, although they've been ordered by the Department of Justice to go for it. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. But that's an interesting case also because there's 3 different sets of charges. There's the federal, the state, and then, of New York, and then there's also the case in Pennsylvania. Lots of interesting things going on in true crime. Wow, my avatar really pops in solid black. Then it's like, what is he doing? Like, fix it, dude. Yeah. Yes, it was a whiteout, and then it was a blackout there, Liam, and now it's a let's see what the photographer looks like. Let's see what the cameraman looks like. Out. Okay. The judge is not in the courtroom yet, and the jury is not seated. But remember, this was a 30-minute delay, so they could be coming in any minute. Because the way I see it, we've got 5 more minutes, and then they'll be presenting. And it looks like the stream tonight at 8 might be late. I do have true crime scheduled for 8 o'clock, thinking that this would be well done. And it still could be. I was thinking they would finish this up by 7. We'll see. Because by my time, it's 5 minutes to 5. I think they'll do opening statements. I don't know if we're going to get our first witness on the stand. I do hope so. But I'll tell you what, if they have a full day of trial tomorrow, if they start early, I will more than likely go live as long as Karen Reed isn't doing opening statements at the same time. I really want to capture the opening statements for Karen Reed also. And then it'll be, which trial do we do? We're going to record one and we're going to go live for the other, like back and forth, because this is entertaining. If you guys are interested tomorrow, let me know in the chat, because if I have people to talk to, I'll be here. Okay. See you later there, Jay. Hopefully everything runs on time for 8 o'clock. There's the jumping seal again, guys. I guess everything's back to normal. Let me see on X, Twitter, on Twitter X, Twitter, whatever you want to call that. Let's see if they started posting their updates and how long ago they did that. Because then we will know when they're coming in. Oh, they started openings a little while ago. And Lori is opening. Okay, that's confirmed. Lori is going to do her opening, and I can't wait to see it based on what I just heard. Apparently, she cries, Liam. Yes. Okay, you guys in chat. Liam, Jean, get ready because she's going to put the waterworks on for you. Mm-mm. Oh boy, I'm just, excuse myself. Here we go. We're back.
All right, we're on the record. State of Arizona versus Lori Daybell. The attorneys are present. The defendant's present. The jury is not present. We ready to bring in the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Let's bring in the jury.
During this brief moment while they bring in the jury, and there's no talking but a big thumbprint in the middle of the. Oh, that's somebody's head, not a thumb. Okay, the back of someone's head there. I will say that I did see on X, Twitter, that Lori tears up during her opening and asks for tissues. Now, we had been warned that she was going to play the femme fatale like she did during jury selection, which we did not get to see. I can't wait to see this in action. But oh my God. That was not on the bingo card. That was not. Playing on the sympathies of everyone. I did not. I'll have to look and see what we
All rise for the jury.
Cringe-o-meter. Liam says, if my cringe-o-meter starts going towards orange, I may have to bail. I don't blame you. That's exactly it. If my dog steps on a bee from the Johnny Amber Heard child, that's what that would equate to. Couch, I agree.
All right, the jury is now present. Please be seated.
Oh, it's on the card. It's overacting. Yes. Drama. All right, here we go. I'm going to
All right,
mute.
the defendant can proceed with her opening statement.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I have been charged with a crime, a serious crime. And the only question here is, did I commit this crime? Conspiracy. Conspiracy is an agreement between two or more people to commit a crime. Okay, so you see, okay. There has to be an agreement. There has to be a plan. The evidence in this case will show that Charles Vallow and I got married in February 2006. It will show that it was my fourth marriage and Charles' third marriage. At that time, we each had 2 children. I had Colby, who was 9, and Tylee, who was 3. Charles had Cole, who was also 9, and Zach, who was 7. The evidence will show that our family moved from Austin, Texas to Chandler, Arizona in 2009. The evidence will show that Charles and I adopted our great nephew, JJ, who was born in 2012. It will also show that Charles and I were married for over 13 years and were raising 5 children. The evidence will show that I was a licensed cosmetologist and worked as a hairstylist for 20 years while we lived in Austin, Texas. The evidence will show that Charles was a licensed life insurance salesman and worked as an independent contractor, selling life insurance policies and annuities, and owned his own business. The evidence will show that Charles and I purchased life insurance policies early in our marriage, and Charles had them issued to the maximum amount possible to each of us. The evidence will show that Charles was 17 years older than me, and that because of Charles' age and an issue that he had with high blood pressure, the maximum amount of life insurance that could be approved for Charles was $1 million. The maximum amount of life insurance that I could be approved for because of my age and my health was $2 million. The evidence will show that throughout our 13-year marriage, that we always had life insurance policies. When a 10-year policy lapsed, Charles would shop for another company who would approve us for the maximum amount of life insurance. The evidence will show that this was Charles' job. This is what he did. I helped him in this business, and this is what he did. The evidence will show that in 2016, Charles repurchased a new $2 million life insurance policy on me, and he was the sole beneficiary. The evidence will show that Charles and I had a happy marriage for 13 years. That he was, in fact, a baseball player, and that he played high school, college ball, and AAA ball, and that he was, in fact, a left-handed pitcher, a southpaw, they call him, but he was a right-handed batter, as could be attested to by anybody who knew Charles well and his high school baseball coach, Greg Davis. The evidence will show that Tylee was, and in 2014, our family moved from Chandler, Arizona to Kauai, Hawaii. We lived there for 3.5 years and returned to Chandler in 2017. The evidence will show that Tylee was 3 years old when Charles and I got married, and that when she became a teenager, the relationship between Tylee and her stepfather, Charles, became so difficult that Tylee and Charles had to seek a therapist, a family therapist, to stop them from fighting. The evidence will show that together, Charles and Tylee met with this therapist after we moved back to the mainland in 2017. The evidence will show that in April of 2018, Tylee's biological father passed away from a heart attack. And at that time, Charles called Social Security and made an appointment at the Social Security
I'm going to
office.
object to hearsay.
Sustain.
It will show that we did get Social Security for Tylee for her deceased father until she was 18 years old, and she was 15 years old at the time. The evidence will show that Charles and Tylee's fighting increased greatly in January of 2019 when Charles and I temporarily separated. The evidence will show that several people witnessed these terrible arguments between Tylee and Charles that increased to physical in 2019. Charles and Tylee had major increasing arguments, 2 in February of 2019, 1 of March in 2019, which was captured on video, 1 in May of 2019, 1 in June of 2019, and then the worst of all in July 2019. The evidence will show that in March of 2019, Charles pulled JJ out of his special school and moved him to Houston, Texas, while we were temporarily separated. Tylee and I then joined Charles and JJ in Texas in April 2019 to reconcile. The evidence will show that JJ was diagnosed with severe autism when he was 3 years old while we lived in Hawaii. The evidence will show that for 2 years, JJ was attending a school in Gilbert, Arizona, a special school for children with autism. It's called Lawrence Life Academy. The evidence will show that in June of 2019, in JJ's best interest, Tylee, JJ, and I moved back to Chandler, Arizona to re-enroll JJ back in Lawrence Life Academy since he had a difficult time with the Houston, Texas schools with no services for his autism. The evidence will show that Charles and I agreed it was in JJ's best interest to be in school where more services were available to him, so Charles and I rented a house here in Chandler. On the day in question, July 11th, 2019, Charles and I were renting 2 houses, one in Houston, Texas, where he mainly resided, and one in Chandler, Arizona, where I resided with our 2 minor children, Tylee and JJ. By this time, our 3 older boys, Colby, Cole, and Zach, were adults and not living at home any longer. The evidence will show that during the months of June and July, that my husband, Charles Vallow, began to send me threatening text messages. These messages were seen by my sister Summer, and that worried her. The evidence will show that Charles insisted on flying into Phoenix on July 10th, as we've heard from the state. The evidence will show that I advised Charles that he could not stay with us at the Chandler house because he could not get along with Tylee, and I did not want them to get into another fight like they had 3 weeks prior. The evidence will show that it was ultimately decided between Charles and I on text messages that he would stay in a hotel because he traveled for business all the time and stayed in hotels all the time. And that I would book it for him since I worked for him and booked all of his travel. The evidence will show that Charles did in fact fly into Phoenix on Wednesday, July 10th, and stayed in the hotel that I booked for him. The evidence will show that Charles paid to fly my brother Adam Cox into Phoenix from Kansas on the same day, Wednesday, July 10th, 2019. The evidence will show that Charles planned to come to our Chandler home and pick up JJ and drive him to school on Thursday morning, July 11th, 2019. The evidence will also show you that Lauren's Life Academy opens its gates at 8:25 a.m. in the morning. And the evidence will show that Charles showed up at our Chandler residence around 7:30 in the rental car I booked for him on the morning of Thursday, July 11th, 2019. The evidence will show that Charles began texting with my brother Adam Cox before he entered our residence, and that Charles and Adam were discussing in their text communications that my other brother Alex Cox was at the residence. The evidence will show that on the morning of July 11th, that Tylee was asleep in her room and my brother Alex was asleep in the guest room. The evidence will show that when Charles entered the house, only JJ and I were awake and present. The evidence will show that after we put JJ in the rental car, that Charles came back into the residence to receive his phone, leaving JJ in the front seat of the rental car with the engine running. He was 7 years old. The evidence will show that Charles began to scream at me when I refused to hand him his phone. The evidence will show that Charles' screaming woke up Tylee and Alex. The evidence will show that Tylee came out of her room with a bat to protect me, her mother, from her stepfather, Charles Vallow. The evidence will show that Tylee and Charles fought over the bat, and that after a struggle over the bat, Tylee fell onto the ground. And Charles lifted up the bat to hit Tylee with the bat. The evidence will show that Alex then intervened to protect Tylee from being hit with the bat. He did not have a gun. He was not wearing a shirt. He was pulling up his jeans because he just woke up and came into the room where he heard the screaming. The evidence will show that Alex and Charles got into a physical struggle for the bat and fell onto the ground. The evidence will show that Tylee, who was on the ground, was lifted up by me and sent outside to get away from the struggle and to protect JJ, who was still in the running car, in the rental car in the driveway. The evidence will show that after the struggle on the ground between Charles and Alex, that Charles prevailed with the bat and began to come towards me with the bat as I ran away from him into the kitchen. The evidence will show that at some point while I was running away from Charles, who was chasing me with the bat, that Alex apparently retrieved his gun. The evidence will show that I ran outside to the children and that Alex shot Charles in self-defense. The evidence will show that Tylee and I had both run outside without shoes. The evidence will show that JJ was still in the front seat of the rental car with the engine running and struggling to get out of the car. Tylee was trying to keep him in. The evidence will show that Tylee and I got into the rental car with JJ and drove away. The evidence will show you that I drove the children away from the residence towards JJ's school. Can I grab a tissue?
Yep.
The evidence will show that I drove the children through the Burger King drive-thru that Charles had promised JJ. The evidence will show that we continued to drive towards JJ's school and that the gate was not yet open at JJ's school So we drove a block west of the school to a Walgreens, where I ran in to purchase flip-flops for Tylee and myself so that we could walk JJ into school on the hot pavement. The evidence will show that Tylee and I returned directly to our residence, where we met with police in our driveway. The evidence will show that we were spoken to by the Chandler police officers. And the evidence will show that Tylee and I were told by the Chandler police detectives that Charles had passed away. The evidence will show that we were put into a police van and driven to the Chandler Police Department. The evidence will show that Alex was taken by police in a police car to the Chandler Police Department, and that we were all three separated into interrogation rooms and we were each interviewed. The evidence will show that next, Tylee and I were brought back together into a room at the Chandler Police Department and were introduced to a victim's advocate who was very kind to us. The evidence will show that after speaking to the victim's advocate, that Tylee, Alex, and myself were put back into the police van and driven back to our residence. We were directed by the Chandler detectives to take the rental car and return later to the residence after we picked up JJ from school. The evidence will show that we did as instructed by the Chandler detectives. The evidence will show that we drove to Alex's residence, where we attended to the wound on the back of his head. The evidence will show that Alex was then contacted by the Chandler detectives to return to the residence so that Alex could walk them through the events that occurred with the detectives at the residence. The evidence will show that Alex, Tylee, and I did return to the residence as instructed. And the evidence will show that Alex entered into the residence with Detective Moffett, but that Tylee and I were met by Detective Inkland in the front yard. The evidence will show that at the time, Detective Inkland asked Tylee and myself if we had Charles' cell phone. Tylee retrieved Charles' cell phone from the rental car and gave it to Detective Inkland at 3:11 p.m. on July 11th, 2019. And at that time, Charles' phone was placed in the custody of Chandler police detectives. The evidence will show that Detective Inkland asked us if we knew the passcode on Charles' phone, which Tylee proceeded to give to Detective Inkland. The evidence will show that Tylee and I left the residence to pick up JJ from school, while Alex remained at the residence with the detectives. The evidence will show that by the time Tylee, JJ, and I returned to the residence, that all police, EMS, CSI, and detectives were gone from the residence and only Alex remained. The evidence will show that the next day, I contacted Chandler Police to inform them that Charles' belongings were still at the hotel. I asked the detective if I should go get them, and I was told that they would take care of it. The evidence will show that I asked the detectives, what should we do next? And they directed us that they would contact us in about 3 weeks after their supervisor passed off their reports and Alex could go to the police station and retrieve his gun. The evidence will show that the last thing I heard from Chandler Police Department until June of 2021, 2 years later, when I received a grand jury indictment from them for this alleged crime. The evidence will show that Chandler Police treated this incident as self-defense.
I'm going to object to that.
The objection sustained. The jury should disregard that last statement.
The evidence will show you that my brother, Alex Cox, passed away on December 12th, 2019, almost exactly 5 months to the day after Charles, my husband, passed away. The evidence will show that Alex passed away from a blood clot in his lung.
Objection again.
I'll sustain the objection. It's not relevant for this matter.
The evidence will show you that I am the only person being charged with this crime.
I'm going to object to the relevance of that.
Sustained.
As the state has mentioned, they're alleging that insurance money was my motive. Social Security was my motive. Spouses having insurance policies is not a crime. Collecting Social Security is not a crime. Self-defense is not a crime. A family tragedy is not a crime. It's a tragedy. Thank you.
All right, the state can call its first witness.
Thank you, if I may go get him.
I'm curious who the first witness is going to be. She does have a long witness list, Treena K. She's got a lot of law enforcement on there. She's got family of Charles Vallow. She's got family of Lori Vallow. She's got friends. She's got the insurance company representative of records. I am going to timestamp because of the delays.
All right, sir, you're going to come up right here. My clerk will swear you in right here.
W-I-E-R-Z-B-I-C-K-I.
And your first name?
I-R-W-I.
Thank you. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, you're going to have a seat up here.
Sir, would you please tell the jury your name?
My name's Sergeant Irwin Werzbicki. I work for the Chandler Police Department.
How long have you worked for the Chandler Police Department?
June will be 10 years.
Did you have any prior law enforcement experience?
I had 10 years in Illinois.
Back on July 11th of 2019, what were your duties at that time?
I was working as a patrol officer, I believe in beat 18.
And what were your hours?
0600 to 1600,
Is that 6 a.m.?
6 a.m. to 4 p.m. Yes.
Thank you. Were you dispatched to a residence at 5531 South Four Peaks Place in Chandler, Maricopa County, Arizona?
Yes, ma'am.
And what were you dispatched for?
It was a shooting.
Were you the first on the scene when you arrived?
I
What
was,
did you
ma'am.
see? Okay. What were you wearing at the time?
I was in full patrol uniform.
Does the Chandler Police Department, back then, did they have body-worn camera?
They did.
And can you describe where that was and how that works?
I believe back then I wore it on my left shoulder.
Okay. And how does it get activated?
You have to press a button and it'll turn it on.
Does it normally record audio?
Yes.
And did you have that on and did you activate it when you arrived to this scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there other officers on scene at some point when you got there?
After I arrived, yes.
I understand you said you need 60, so I pulled the printer to see if I could get.
Sorry about that.
What other officers arrived on scene?
Right after I arrived, Officer Krautheim arrived.
Can you describe to us sort of what happened as you get to the scene? How did you and Officer Krautheim handle the situation?
When I was getting out of the car, I believe the gentleman that called in was still on the phone, and we advised dispatch to tell him to come out with nothing in his hands except his phone. As he opened up or came out the front door, I started giving him commands. That was what I wanted him to do.
So you're talking with dispatch. Is that the same as 911?
Yeah, it's the same dispatch center.
So is the person who's talking to the 911 person then just relaying information to you?
Yes,
Okay. So you're able to tell that person, tell dispatch to tell the person to come out.
yes,
Did you and Officer Krautheim have someone come out?
yes.
Can you describe for us the person's demeanor as they're first exiting?
He was very nonchalant, very compliant with us.
Okay. You said he still had his phone?
Yes,
Do you recall if his other hand was up?
I do not recall.
Okay. Do you recall where he came out of from the house?
He came out the front door.
Okay. When he exited the house, what did you guys have him do?
I gave him commands to come towards us and then have a seat on the curb.
Okay. So there's just two of you officers still at this point?
Yes.
What did you do at this point?
I decided to go check for anybody that was injured inside and clear the house, make sure there was nobody else in there.
Okay. What did Officer Krautheim do?
I believe he started speaking to the gentleman that we had come out the house.
So he stayed outside
Yes,
and you went into the house?
yes, ma'am.
When you talk about clearing the house, can you tell us what that means? What do you do?
We just wanted to make sure that if anyone needed aid rendered to them, we could render aid to them, or if there are any more suspects in the residence, that we could try to apprehend them.
Does that mean that you walked through the entire house?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And all that's when your body cam is on?
Yes, ma'am.
When you first entered that house, can you describe for us what you saw when you walked in that front door?
Yeah, initially when I walked in, it opened up into like a day room or something like that. And just off to the right, I saw somebody laying on the ground, motionless.
Did you notice anything about that room?
It was empty,
So no furniture?
no furniture. Yeah, it was just an empty room.
The person that you saw to the right, male or female?
Male.
And can you describe how you saw him laying on the ground?
Yeah, he was laying on his back, I believe with both of his hands to his side, motionless. And then I went over to him to check his pulse.
Is that standard for police to check the welfare of any potential victims?
Yes.
When you checked the pulse, did you find one?
No.
Did you notice anything else about this victim?
Yeah, I noticed that there were 2 apparent gunshot wounds to his chest area, and there was blood pooling in like his kind of like neck collar area.
Did he appear to still be alive to you?
No.
As part of your job, both with your prior experience in Illinois and your experience here in Arizona, have you seen deceased people before?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you think this person was dead?
Yes, ma'am.
If you didn't think he was dead, are police trained to do CPR?
Yes, ma'am. We're all certified to.
Would you have
Yeah.
done that if you believed that would have helped him?
Absolutely.
So even though a person appears deceased to you, is fire still called out to check on them?
Yes.
Why is that?
They go through their own process and procedures, and I believe they usually give the official time of death.
Okay. Did you notice anything else in that room where that male was lying?
I can't think of anything right now, no.
Do you recall seeing any projectiles on the ground near the victim?
Objection, leading.
It's a yes or no question.
I believe I did, yes.
Okay. When you walked in the house after you saw this male on the ground, did you continue through the house?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that to clear it?
Yes.
And will paramedics or fire come in if you haven't cleared the house yet?
Usually no.
So they want to make sure it's okay as well?
Yes.
After you cleared the house, did you, or as you were clearing the house, did you ever locate any weapons?
Yes, I believe we located a firearm in one of the back bedrooms.
Okay. Did you touch that in any way?
I don't recall.
Okay. After you cleared the house, did fire enter?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did fire do?
They began to try to render aid to the victim.
By the time fire came in, were other officers now on scene?
Yes,
Were you still wearing and recording with your body cam?
yes, ma'am.
Does the body cam, you told us that it's on your shoulder. Does it always show where you're looking?
No,
So your eyes or your head can be turned to a different direction than what the camera is actually
yeah,
showing?
if I was turning talking to the judge, my camera would be facing the crowd.
I want to show you a video. And if I can have my paralegal bring that up and have him identify it. And sir, if you could just look at that and let me know if you recognize that as your body cam minus the audio of it.
Yeah, that's my body cam.
Do you recognize that as you in it?
Yes, ma'am.
And you have previously watched that?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit exhibit number 2, I believe. Exhibit number 2 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
Two's admitted.
And Your Honor, if we may publish it.
You may. Also right there.
So this is the house you're walking up to, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
As you're talking to dispatch?
Yes.
And this is the individual that is coming out that you asked dispatch to have come out?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that Officer Krautheim in the back?
It is.
Are you announcing
Yes, ma'am.
that standard?
Yes.
That where you checked to see if this male had a pulse?
Yes, ma'am.
that the weapon that you told us that you found?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you letting people know on your radio that you found a weapon?
I believe so, yes.
You told us that other officers were arriving?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that what we see here happening?
Yes.
And is fire also starting to come in?
I believe they were right behind him, yes.
That you continued to clear the rest of the house?
Yes, ma'am.
So what do we see there?
It appears that the fire is rendering aid to the victim, or attempting to.
Were you walking around trying to find identification for the individual on the ground?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to ever find an identification for him?
I was not.
So no wallet laying around,
No.
no ID in his pocket?
I didn't check his pockets, but no, I don't think fire found one.
So you're kind of talking with them to let them know who this is as well?
Yes,
Because they're documenting it.
yes.
And is that the individual who came out with the phone from the house?
Yes, ma'am.
One that dispatch and 911 told to come out?
Yes.
When you were interacting with him there, what was his demeanor like?
He was extremely calm.
You told us that you were looking for the wallet for this individual. Did it seem unusual to you that you couldn't find one?
I wouldn't say it was unusual. I didn't know if he lived there or not, so I just kind of looked around to see if there was anything laying around.
Is this you still trying to see if there's anything in the residence that might be related to that individual?
I think I was just giving Officer Cohen a recap of what I already went and looked through.
And I've shown defense counsel or defendant exhibits 3 and 4. I have a paralegal send those to up to the officer to review as well. Do you recognize those as sort of screenshots of 2 different views during your body cam footage?
Yes.
State will move to admit exhibits 3 and 4.
Any objection?
No objection.
3 and 4 admitted.
And if I may publish them. So in this photo, when you were looking at it, were you able to see here's where you are checking to see the pulse of this individual?
Yes, ma'am.
And did this also reflect what you had talked about of the blood pooling that had run towards his neck area?
Yes.
Exhibit 4. Is this sort of when we first see you walk back in and we see fire working on the individual?
Yes.
You told us that when that individual who was on the call with 911 came out, that you observed the phone with him. He was kind of holding it.
Yeah.
Did you ever see any other phone in the house as you were looking around? Anything obvious laying around?
I don't recall, no. I don't believe I did.
No phone on the ground near the deceased male?
Not that I recall, no.
After you had cleared the house, allowed fire to enter, and other officers were arriving, were you tasked with going out to put up some crime scene tape?
Yes, ma'am.
What does that mean?
It's just tape that keeps the general public out, keeps the media out, so we have a secure scene, and it doesn't get tainted by anybody or anything.
So that included both the house and some of the street.
Yes, ma'am.
Did that sort of end your involvement?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
All right, cross-examination.
It's Sergeant Werzbicki, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I like to get that right. Okay. You said that the individual exiting the house was nonchalant. Is that correct?
I don't know if I used those words, but he seemed very calm, yes.
Very calm.
Yes.
Is that the same thing to you as nonchalant?
I wouldn't use that word, so I would say he looked very calm and unbothered.
But you said nonchalant a minute ago.
I don't recall saying that.
Okay. Does everyone act the same in a stressful situation that you've experienced? No? Are you qualified to give someone a psychological evaluation?
No.
No. You put your hand on my husband's neck for checking for a pulse, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That's what you did when you first came in?
Yes.
Did you perform CPR?
No,
No. Why not?
because it was apparent to me that he was deceased.
And that's not your protocol?
To what?
To perform CPR until fire comes in?
Not if it's going to make it even worse because they had apparent gunshot wounds to the chest.
What do you mean by that?
Well, if I start pumping on his chest, it's going to start spewing blood out of his chest even at a more rapid pace.
So when the 911 operator was telling my brother to do that, that same thing would happen?
All depends on when the call came into dispatch.
But I'm saying if you're doing CPR on someone with a gunshot wound in the chest, on the chest.
Could, yes.
Yeah, okay. And you said something else. You said fire gives official time of death. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. And what was that time of death? Do you know?
I do not recall.
And you cleared the house before fire came in. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you were looking for some kind of identification?
When I
Yes.
cleared the house,
Yes.
I was looking for other potential victims and or suspects.
Okay. But you were told on the phone that no one else was in the house but Alex. Is that correct?
I don't recall if I was told that or not.
Okay. Do you have any crime scene investigation experience?
Just my 20 years of experience as a police officer.
And you said something about, and this is just for me to understand, you said something about the casings being to the left of him or to the right of him?
I didn't say they were to the left or to the right.
Oh, did you say west or east?
No.
Oh, sorry, that was my interpretation. Can you tell me what the weapon was that you found?
It was a handgun.
Was it a 45?
Don't recall.
Okay. Could you tell what direction the bullet came from?
Based off the way the body was laying, I could assume it came from where his feet were at.
Near the feet?
Mhm.
Did you see the projectile that was in the baseboard?
I don't recall if I saw that or not.
You said he did not appear alive, that you already thought that he was deceased. Is that correct, when you entered into the house?
Yes.
And what time was that?
I believe I was dispatched to the call at 8:41. So I mean, if I was going to make a guess on what time I walked into the house, I would say I was probably at the residence within 10 minutes,
So around 8:51 perhaps?
possibly, yes.
Okay. And then when fire took over, is that the normal protocol for fire to take over and do the CPR?
Yes,
And so you didn't do CPR, but they did do the CPR. Is that correct?
yes,
On top of the gunshot wound.
yes.
Is that normal protocol?
I don't know what their protocol is.
Okay. I'm just asking because I wouldn't think to do that either. And then you said that you went outside to put up the crime scene tape. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So after you cleared the house, you left and went to the front yard?
Yes,
And then you were there for how long at the residence before you left?
I couldn't give you a time.
Did you stay for a while, or was that the end of your job there?
I don't recall. It was a long time ago. I have no idea how long I was actually on scene for.
And who is your direct supervisor?
I
Like-
believe that day was Sergeant Nocella.
I'm sorry, what was the last name?
Nocella?
Okay. And what contact did you have with Detective Moffett that day?
I don't know if I had any with him on scene.
Okay, what about Detective England, perhaps?
I may have briefly spoke to her while I was on scene.
Okay, 1 time, 2 times, 3 times?
I couldn't tell you a number.
Okay. And then when you have to report to your superior before you left the scene?
He was on scene, I would imagine.
Nocella? Is that
Yes.
what you said? Okay. And then you don't know what time you left, but you arrived at approximately 8:51?
Give or take, yes.
And then did you see me arrive at the scene?
I think as I was leaving, yes.
So approximately around the time that I arrived, you were leaving?
I don't know if I left when you arrived, but I was on my way out of the crime scene as far as I know.
Okay. And then you said something about 2 wounds. Is that correct?
Yes,
And how did you see the 2 wounds through the shirt?
just was an observation that I made when I saw him laying on the ground.
So did you see 2 holes in the shirt?
I'm not sure exactly what I saw when I was there, but I could see that there were 2 apparent gunshot wounds to his chest.
And then I'm sure, well, I won't speak for you. So when they began CPR, they did open his shirt. Is that correct?
I have no idea.
Because when you walked by, his shirt was open.
Objection to question.
Yeah, please ask questions only.
Did you discuss this case with Sergeant Nocella?
I don't believe so. I would imagine he was on scene and he got briefed by the detectives.
He got briefed by the detectives? Is that what you
In
said?
fact, I would imagine, yes.
Okay. And then have you spoken to the case agent on this case? How many times would you say?
Who's the case agent?
Oh, Detective Duncan. That's my
Detective
understanding. Mhm.
I mean, I've spoken to him many times in my career.
Regarding this case, how many times do you think you've spoken to Detective Duncan?
I couldn't even put a number on it. I would say very few.
Very few? Like, how many would you guess?
I would say maybe 5 times.
5 times. Thank you. And would that be in-person kind of discussions or?
Yeah, I wouldn't even say they were discussions, probably just in passing.
Okay. So how many times have you emailed with Detective Duncan concerning this case?
Objection to relevance.
Overruled, you can answer if you know.
I have no idea.
What about text messages?
No idea.
Phone calls?
Ma'am, I have no idea.
Okay. And your report that you wrote about this, about how long after the incident did you make your report?
I was done by the end of my work shift at 4 o'clock.
And then did you ever make any revisions to that report?
I don't believe so.
So you left the scene approximately sometime in the morning, and by 4 o'clock that day you had written your report. Is
Yes,
that correct? And you've never changed anything on your report?
not that I recall, ma'am.
And the report is exactly as you left it when did you review it for this testimony today?
Yes,
And it was exactly the same as when you wrote it at 4 PM on July 11th?
I don't know if I wrote it at 4 PM. It was
Or
done
by 4 PM.
but it appears to be yes.
Okay. Thank you, that's all I have.
All right, redirect.
Sergeant, you were asked about the shooter's demeanor. Were you just telling us what you observed?
Yes,
What did you observe?
I just observed him very calm and collected after just shooting somebody.
And that's both seeing him come out as well as having some interaction with him on the curb.
Yes, ma'am.
When a person is been shot and you check for a pulse and you believe they are deceased, as a police officer, are you supposed to touch the body?
No,
Is the body basically a crime scene?
yes,
Based upon your training and experience, did you believe that the victim was deceased?
yes, ma'am.
Do fire have EKG, heart monitors and things that they use to determine if maybe you missed a pulse?
Yes, ma'am.
When you talked about giving CPR, if an individual is now a crime scene, would giving CPR to that deceased person changed the crime scene.
Yes,
And so as someone who believed the person was deceased, you did not want to modify or change the crime scene?
correct.
You were asked about the gun. Is the gun part of the crime scene?
Yes,
Were you responsible for processing the crime scene?
no,
Why didn't you go in there and pick it up and start handling it?
because I didn't want to alter where it was laying when he got done using it.
You were asked a lot about when 911 was called, when you were dispatched. This was a few years ago,
Several, yes.
2019.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there something called a CAD report that documents when 911 was called, when you were dispatched, when you arrived, and even when you left?
Yes, ma'am.
Would looking at the CAD report help refresh your recollection as to when those events occurred?
Yes.
If I may have my paralegal provide him with a copy of the CAD report.
You want me to?
Starting, does looking at the CAD report help refresh your recollection as to when the 911 call was received?
Yes, ma'am.
When was that?
It was received at 8:36.
Does looking at the CAD report help refresh your recollection as to when you were dispatched?
It appears it was dispatched at 8:37.
So your memory of saying 8:50 or so was perhaps incorrect.
Yes,
Was looking at the CAD report indicate when you arrived?
8:43.
So again, that was a little earlier than your memory was.
Yes, ma'am.
And does looking at the CAD report help determine or refresh your recollection as to when you left the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
When was that?
5:31 PM.
As a police officer who is one of the first on scene, do you provide briefing or information to your sergeant or the detectives on scene as to what you saw, observed, and did?
If they ask me directly, yes, somebody will brief them that's on scene.
But you have to provide somebody that information to then provide to the detectives?
Yes.
Why is it done that way?
Because usually a supervisor is going to want to know what's going on and what we did, just so the detectives know exactly what they're walking into.
So for instance, if you had had to move the gun, they would want to know that, right?
Yes,
Or if you had moved the body, they would want to know that too, right?
yes,
And if you had found any evidence, would they want to know that as well?
absolutely.
And so is that what you would have to do that day when you are speaking to sergeant or detectives?
Yes.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Does any member of the jury have a question for this witness? If so, please write it on the provided form. I'm not seeing any questions come down. You can step down, sir. All right, the state can call its next witness.
Thank you. And if I may go get. will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, go ahead and have a seat over here to my left.
Sir, would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Robert Krautheim.
And where do you currently work?
I currently work at the Sandra Day O'Connor Federal Courthouse
Back in 2019, where were you working?
as a Chandler police officer in Chandler, Arizona.
How long did you work for the Chandler Police Department?
25 years.
When did you retire?
About 3 years ago, February.
When you were working there in July of 2019, what were your duties at that time?
I was a patrol officer. I was responding to calls for service.
Okay. And do you recall what your shift was at that time?
It was a day shift. I think I start my shift at 6 and end at 4.
Were you working patrol for Chandler Police Department on July 11th of 2019 at about 8:36 a.m.?
I was.
Were you dispatched to 5531 South Four Peaks Place in Chandler, Maricopa County, Arizona?
Yes.
What were you dispatched for?
A shooting that had just occurred.
Based upon the information that was, well, let me ask you this. When you are arriving to a scene, do you get information relayed to you about this call?
I do.
Why is that?
The call taker is asking the person on the phone what's going on, where it is, who's there, just basic information. And then dispatch relays that information to me as I'm driving to the call for service.
Is that so you have a better idea about what you're walking into?
Yes, it's on a computer, but verbally, the stuff that's really pertinent before I arrive is just verbally done over the air.
So when you were arriving on the scene, did you think this shooting had just occurred?
I did.
When you got to this 5531 South Four Peaks, were there any other officers on scene yet?
Yeah, Officer Wiz was there.
Is that Officer Werzbicki?
Yes, I'm sorry, I apologize.
What were you wearing?
Patrol outfit, basically a patrol uniform, police uniform, body worn camera.
And back then, where was your body-worn camera?
At the time, it was a lipstick camera, so part of it was here, but the camera is actually on my right shoulder.
Okay. And was that on and recording as you sort of arrived on scene and while you were present there?
Yeah, I started recording while I was driving there.
Okay. When you arrived, did you know whether or not the 911 caller was still on the phone?
Yeah, she was still on the phone.
And when you were talking with dispatch, did you arrange to have this person come out, or did Officer Werzbicki do that?
Yes, dispatch advised him to come out of the home without anything and hands up in the air. That's kind of standard.
And did he comply with that?
He did.
What exit did he come out of?
At the front door.
Okay. Can you describe sort of his appearance and demeanor as you observed him coming out of the house?
His clothes were clean. He was calm, not emotional at all. Different than what I would have anticipated.
When he first exited, did you notice any injuries to him?
He was holding, it was a white rag at the time. It was just kind of red and white. He was holding on the back of his head.
When he first exited or later?
As he's coming out of the house.
Did you notice any difficulty walking or talking when you first had contact with him?
No,
Any difficulty sitting or standing?
no,
Did you learn the name of this person?
I did.
What was his name?
Alex Cox.
Did you observe him sweating at all when he first came out?
No,
Any type of jitters?
no,
Any uneven or broken voice as he's talking to you?
no,
At some point, did you notice an injury to him?
I did.
And where was it?
On the back of his head, towards his right side.
And what did you see?
I articulated my written report as about an inch laceration, a small like knot, and it was bleeding a little bit.
If we can fix that. Alex Cox patting or rubbing the back of his head with some sort of rag or paper towel.
Yes,
Without going into what was said, did you talk with him?
I did.
Did you offer him medical treatment?
I did.
Did he ask for medical treatment?
He did not.
Was there anything about his talking with you or actions that made you concerned that you thought you should override that?
Yes.
Let me make sure you understood. Was there anything about what you observed with Alex Cox talking or his ability to move that made you think you should override his decision to not get treatment, and you thought, oh, he better get treatment, he's so bad off?
Oh, zero, none.
At some point while you were talking with Alex Cox, did you see a female and a teenager show up at the scene?
I did.
And did you eventually go speak with those two?
I did.
Where did you speak with them?
Just on the other side of the street. They had parked right across from the house.
Did you speak with the adult female?
I did.
Did you ask for a driver's license to identify her?
I did.
And who was that person?
Lori Vallow.
Do you see Lori Vallow in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you point her out and tell us what she is wearing for the record?
She's at the defense table wearing a white shirt underneath looks like a black jacket.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
Shall.
When you went to speak with Lori Vallow, did you know that the deceased person in the house was her husband?
I did.
Okay. When you went to speak with Lori Vallow, did you ask her whether or not the individual inside her husband lived there?
I did not ask her that.
Can you describe for us Lori Vallow's demeanor as you were interacting with her?
Calm, nonchalant, just kind of a matter of fact, just talking to me as I'm talking to you now.
When you went to speak with Lori Vallow, can you tell us approximately how many police cars were parked around there?
Well, I don't know either myself. I know there was at least mine and Officer Wiz's. There's a fire truck there. I think there was an ambulance there, and I think there may have been another police car. I can't remember, but there was a lot of emergency vehicles just near the home itself.
And was her brother Alex Cox sitting sort of in view of her?
Literally across the street, like the desk of the prosecutor would be her car. This is the street, and I had Alex seated right on the sidewalk.
When she first arrived, did she actually walk up to where you were with Alex Cox?
Yes, she did.
And you asked her to go back to the other side of the street?
I did.
Did she ever ask you how her brother was doing?
No.
Did she ever ask you if her brother needed medical attention from being hit by a bat?
No.
Did she ever ask you why there were so many police cars around the neighborhood?
No.
Did she ask you why there was a fire truck parked in front of her house?
No.
So other than gathering basic information, did you really talk to her about anything else?
No.
And were you wearing that body-worn camera when you had contact with her?
I did.
After you talked with Lori Vallow, did you go back and stand near Alex Cox again?
Yes.
If I can have my paralegal go up and show him exhibit number 1. Do you recognize exhibit number 1?
I do.
Is that a copy of your body cam footage from July 11th of 2019?
It is.
Is it missing the audio other than during your interaction with Lori Vallow?
Correct, yes.
And did you initially identify that previously as your body cam?
I did.
State will move to admit exhibit number 1.
Any objection to exhibit number 1? Any
No
objection to
No objection.
exhibit 1's admitted?
And if we could publish it.
Go ahead.
So is this you responding to the scene?
Correct.
And was your camera flipped upside down initially?
Well, the camera wasn't, the orientation of the software was.
So that's why we see the axon and stuff in the bottom corner upside down.
That is correct.
So this was a gated community?
It was.
As you're driving, did you go by the fire truck here?
I did.
And is it standard for fire to stage a little ways away from the scene when it's a shooting?
Yes.
Why is that?
So they could respond quickly.
Do they want you to clear the residence first before they show up?
Yeah, it needs to be safe for the firemen. We had to make sure there's no one else in the house that was armed or in the area.
And as you're arriving, is the person, the shooter, still inside the house?
I can't recollect. I think he was at the door right now or just coming out to the door.
Why did you pull your weapon?
I was just told somebody killed somebody. So yeah, for my safety, I wanted to make sure I rendered him safe before I put my gun away. It was a threat to me.
So when he came out, he had both his hands up in the air.
Mhm.
So at that point, nothing touching his head yet, no.
Correct.
Now, did you stay out with him while Officer Werzbicki went inside?
I did.
While you're talking with him during this whole time, at this point, he still hasn't brought anything out to try to place on his injury.
Correct.
When he came out, did he already have those sunglasses on the top of his head?
He did.
Why did you have him move over here?
I actually physically couldn't hear him. Fire trucks are incredibly loud, so I had to move away.
The fire had already pulled up to now go inside the residence.
Correct.
And can you kind of see them in the corner going in?
Yes.
Did you learn whose truck that was in the driveway?
I don't recollect right now whose truck it is. I think it's his, but I'm not sure.
And who is that other officer there?
That's Officer Werzbicki, sorry. I've been calling him Wiz since I've known him.
Shorter. Were you initially trying to control the scene yourself, sort of helping to tell people where to go and what to do?
Oh, absolutely. My head's on kind of a swivel. I'm always kind of looking around like people just walk up to you and asking what's going on. And you got to make sure no one's going to walk up to the house. So you just try to keep it as pristine as you can.
So we see him putting his head now, or his hand on the back of his head, correct?
Yes.
And you indicated there's a fire truck there. You asked him if he wanted any medical attention,
I did.
and he declined it.
He refused.
Who are those?
That's Lori Vallow and her daughter.
So when you said across the street, we just saw a red SUV. Is that what you're talking about?
Correct.
So at this point, did you know the name of the individual inside the residence?
Yes.
And who was that?
Charles Vallow.
And did you at this point understand who that woman was that walked up?
Yes.
And who did you believe she was?
His wife.
Normally when someone is shot and killed, is there a team of detectives and crime scene specialists who will come out to handle the case?
Yes.
And are you, as patrol officer, sort of stuck with taking care of it until they arrive?
Yeah, we deal with the burning, bleeding, and blowing up stuff. Anything that takes time and a lot more in-depth stuff, that's what the detectives do.
And then what do we see here that just came up?
Looks like an ambulance.
You told us that you understood when you were arriving that this shooting had just happened. Do Do you recall at this point when the 911 call came in?
No, I don't remember specifics on the time. I think at 8:39 I was dispatched to it. And I would imagine the call for service came in a minute or two before that.
And approximately, do you recall how long it took you to get to the scene?
Probably 4 or 5 minutes.
We see more people walking up. Are you trying to stop the contamination of the scene by having more people walk in there?
Yes, I told the fireman kind of what was maybe in the house, and Officer Wiz was already in the house, and so we were just trying to control how many firemen went into the house.
So when you're the first on scene, are you trying to have the least number of people go in there as possible?
Yes,
Are you trying to not touch anything that's not necessary to be touched?
correct, yes.
Obviously, if fire is going to work on a person, they're going to have to contaminate it somewhat.
Yes.
Is that when we sort of see fire now leaving?
I couldn't, just from recollection, I couldn't answer that.
We see something in Officer Werzbicki's hand. Is that the crime scene tape?
Yes. We do an inner and then an outer perimeter.
Is it normal for a patrol officer to have to stay with the individual who is the shooter, ensure that no one else is contacting them?
Yes.
So you don't want any of the neighbors walking up to them?
Correct. At this moment, I'm still basically fact-finding. I'm just trying to figure out what happened, when it happened, who was involved kind of thing. And yeah, I try to keep them separate.
At some point, do sergeants and others start arriving on scene?
Yes, that's my Sergeant Nacella.
When you have a scene like this where detectives are going to be called out, do all the different patrol officers provide their information that could be relevant to one person who can then brief the detectives?
Yes, I briefed my supervisor to let him know from my point of view what I know and what I was told. And then at some point, I think he would disseminate that to the detectives.
Okay. So is this you kind of telling him at this point what you've learned?
Yes,
And can we also see what the body camera looks like on the shoulder there?
yes, he has the same type.
What made you decide that you needed to go over and talk to Lori Vallow?
Again, it's fact finding, really. It's who are you? And when I say who, I always like to identify them by their Arizona driver's license, because although my name is Robert, I go by Rob. So I don't want to assume her name is just Lori. It could be something specifically or longer. So I usually ask people for identification.
And that's so you can put that into your report appropriately.
Correct.
So we saw the ambulance leave. That means they didn't transport him.
Correct.
Did you learn that you actually couldn't cordon off this area the way you had initially thought because there was only one way out?
That is correct. We initially, as you can see, cordoned off part of the road so anybody couldn't just drive up to us. We later learned that's the only way that part of the neighborhood could actually exit the neighborhood. So we had to change the tape a little bit.
And then we see fire leave here as well. So now it's just police basically at the scene?
Police and I think a crime scene technician.
And are you still the only person responsible for making sure that no one is talking with Alex Cox?
I am.
Okay.
Is this where you go over to speak with Ms. Vallow?
Yes.
Does your husband live here? Oh, gotcha. Okay. You guys got it.
You could turn up the volume.
Okay. Let me just get your, do you have a driver's license with you? With this crap? Thank you. L-O-R-I. What does your middle initial stand for?
Noreen.
Noreen. N-O.
R-E-N.
V-A-L-L. What's a phone number for you, Lori?
808-755.
755?
545.
You live, you know, not in Santan. This is your home.
Right,
Gotcha.
right.
Okay.
We just moved in here.
Gotcha. How long have you guys lived here?
Okay.
How long have you lived here?
Like 3 weeks.
Oh, geez. Yeah. Okay.
That's why the neighbors don't know us.
Gotcha.
Like, hi neighbor, sorry.
Are you working at all?
No.
Okay. And you still about 5'6", 20?
Did you also get biographical information from teenager?
I did.
Was that Tylee Ryan?
It was.
Let's stop it now. After you had talked with Alex Cox and Lori Vallow, did you go brief some of the detectives about what you had learned?
I did.
Did you tell the detectives that Lori Vallow did not know that her husband Charles was dead?
I told them that I did not advise her of such.
Okay. Did you believe that she did not know that her husband was dead?
I did.
Why did you believe that?
Well, I was under the understanding that this just happened. She just arrived back on scene, and I did not advise her of what happened in the house.
When you spoke with Alex Cox, did he provide additional information that made you believe that she was not present when the shooting happened?
Yes.
After you advised the detectives of this, did you then return and remain with Alex Cox and for significant additional period of time?
Yes.
Were you eventually asked to transport him to the police station?
I was.
Can you describe his demeanor during the transport?
Calm. Didn't ask. We just talked about things not related to this at all. Just a conversation between like me and you, just normal, average tone, calm.
And did you stay with him at the police station until a detective arrived?
Yes,
Did that end your involvement in this case?
it did.
I have no further questions.
All right, cross-examination.
Can you pronounce your last name for me? I don't want to get it wrong.
Krautheim.
Krautheim.
Yes.
Yes? Okay, Officer Krautheim.
At the
correct?
time, yes.
At the time. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. You mentioned about Alex being calm when he exited the house. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then he's also, you were advised that he had told the 911 operator that he composed himself and then called 911. Is that correct?
I don't remember the compose himself, but I think he did.
But you stated in your report that Alex was very calm throughout the entire time talking with him, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the scene itself, was it chaotic?
No.
Were people running around screaming?
No.
Were people running in and out of the front door?
No.
So were the officers calm?
It was just me and another officer.
Were you calm?
Yes,
Was the other officer calm?
he was.
Were the detectives calm?
They were.
Was the fire department calm?
I didn't interact with him very much. I couldn't answer that.
Your friend the Wiz was calm?
Yes, the other officer, yes.
So when I arrived at the scene, things were pretty calm.
Is that a question?
Yes.
Oh, yes, you were calm.
No, I'm saying when I arrived at the scene itself was calm environment.
It was.
Okay. So if I would have been hysterical, that would have been more out of character than if I was calm when everybody else was being calm. Isn't that
Objection,
correct?
Speculation.
Sustain.
So you said that Alex was calm and was holding a towel in his right hand and holding it up to the back of his head. Is that correct?
He did.
And you said, oh, sorry, it's in my other note. Just now that his head had a 1-inch laceration. Is that correct?
Yes,
That's like a cut down his head. 1
It
inch?
is.
Okay. And you said a small knot. Is
I did.
that correct? Okay. And so, and that it was bleeding a little. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so A small knot is what you declared it, but would you not call it a goose egg?
Tomato, tomato.
Okay. Did Alex ask for medical treatment?
He did not.
How many times did you ask him if he needed medical treatment?
I think 3 times.
Okay. And there was EMS right there next to you?
Yes,
So an EMS person could have just come over and checked the back of his head pretty easily, yeah?
yes,
Yes. But no one asked anybody to do that? Correct?
correct.
Okay. And he didn't seem disoriented to you at all?
No,
So you didn't think he needed any kind of medical attention at the time?
no,
And he didn't ask for any at the time?
correct. He did not.
And you didn't supply any at the time?
Correct.
Okay. But EMT was right there, next to you?
Yes.
Okay. That's another thing that you said, calm and nonchalant. Is that correct? You
Yes.
stated that Alex was nonchalant. What is your definition of nonchalant?
Kind of like how I am now. I don't have a lot of emotion. I'm not afraid. Just nonchalant.
Is that your typical demeanor?
I guess it depends on the situation and the circumstance.
I mean, this can be a stressful situation, right? So it's your demeanor right now.
It is.
Testifying in court can be a stressful situation.
I guess it can be.
So if that was Alex's normal demeanor, then it wouldn't be out of the ordinary for him to be nonchalant.
Objection, speculation.
I'll allow it. I'll allow the answer. He doesn't know the demeanor, but you can answer.
Can you ask the question again?
Yeah, so if Alex's normal demeanor was like your normal demeanor, and even in a stressful situation, if he was nonchalant, it wouldn't be out of the ordinary for him to be nonchalant again, because that's his normal demeanor. Correct?
Objection to compound question.
I'll sustain that objection.
You mentioned that I had parked across the street. Is that correct?
Yes.
Why did I have to park across the street?
I don't know.
So we saw on the body cam, right, that there was a huge fire truck, correct?
Yes.
There was police cars, correct?
Yes.
There was a CSI van, correct?
She was parked somewhere. I don't know where.
Next to the house, kind of, I guess, south of the house. So there was nowhere to park except for across the street. Is that correct?
No,
That's not correct?
that is not correct.
Where else could I have parked?
Well, the street's long. You could have parked anywhere along the street. You could have parked on the other street. That's where I parked. Or you could park on the other side of the street, south of the home, where there was plenty of parking. So there was other options to park.
But I parked as close as I could to the scene so that I could come talk to you. Is that correct?
Speculation, testifying.
Sustain.
So we can agree that there are lots of police vehicles blocking the house. Is that correct?
Emergency vehicles.
Correct.
Yes.
Yes, emergency, police, fire, CSI, all were there, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But even though all of those things were there, the scene was not chaotic. Is that correct?
Correct.
It was a very calm scene that day.
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
Do you know how hot it was that day?
No, but it was hot.
It was hot. Oh, that's what I was going to ask you. What was the extent of your duties that day? I know that you had arrived on the scene. You said dispatched was about 8:39 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then it took you about 4 to 5 minutes to arrive.
Yes.
And then you were the first on the scene?
No.
No. Who was the first on the scene? Do you know?
Wiz was.
Oh, that's correct. And then who arrived, how long after he arrived did you arrive? Do you know?
Oh, I was like seconds,
Okay.
maybe 10, 15 seconds.
And then you were right there when Alex came out of the house,
I was.
and you were with him basically that whole time till he
Yes.
got into the police car?
Yes,
And then did you drive him to the station?
I did.
So you were in the car with him the whole time?
Yes,
So you really never didn't have eyes on Alex from the time he came out of the house till the time he got to the police station?
correct.
Okay. And did you have a conversation on the way to the police station?
I did.
You did. And that's the second body cam we didn't watch, is that correct? That has your name on it?
Yeah, there's another body worn camera we haven't seen.
Right, from the police car, I'm saying.
Yes, me driving.
You driving, but it comes from the car, not from the shoulder body cam, is that correct?
No, it comes from still my body
Oh, it was
worn
still
camera.
on your shoulder?
Yes,
Okay. And in that, did you have a conversation with Alex on the way to the police station?
Yes.
Objection asked and answered.
And did he express,
Hold on, when
Sir?
there's an objection.
I'm sorry,
Wait for the ruling. I'll sustain the objection, but the answer will stand nonetheless. Go ahead. Next question.
did he express to you that he kind of fell out of it because he hit?
Hearsay?
Sustain.
When did you make your report about the incident on July 11th, 2019?
I think well, it was the end of my workday that day, but I stopped and started it numerous times throughout the day.
So did you finish it that day, or it still took a few days?
No, I finished at the end of my shift,
By the end of your shift, which was what time that day?
4 o'clock.
Okay. And did you make any revisions to that later on?
No,
So this is the only report that you made in regards to the day of July 11th, 2019?
it is.
You stated that there was red liquid on the rag towel that appeared to be blood. Did you think it was something other than blood?
Well, I had no way to test it, so I have to articulate it that way.
So he was bleeding from the back of the head
He was.
on the right-hand side?
Yes,
Is that correct? Okay. And then was it you on the body cam who briefed the detectives, Detective Moffett and Detective Inklin, in the front yard?
yes, I made contact with him, yes.
And then you had told them basically what Alex had conveyed to you, what happened?
Yes.
And then what do they do with that information? Do they just put it into a report?
I don't know, you'll have to ask them.
Okay. So your report goes to who after you're finished with it?
I sent it to my supervisor.
And who was that at the time? Do you remember?
That was Bill Nacella.
Oh, the same one?
Sergeant,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. And then, did you speak to the case agent on this case regarding this incident on July 11th?
I did at the time. That's when I walked up to them at the front door area.
Okay. And was Detective Moffett the case agent at that time?
Yes.
Okay. And now it's Detective Duncan, as far as you know?
As far as I know, I don't know for sure, but that's what I've been told.
Okay. And how long do you think that you were at the residence? What was the whole time before you guys left to go to the police station? Do you remember? Do you recall?
No, I do not. It would be in my CAD history on when I transported him from the home to the PD. So I'd have to look at that, and I don't know, 40 minutes, half hour, 40 minutes, something like that.
Now, someone on the video, and I don't remember who it was, but put a phone into a evidence bag. Was that you?
I don't recollect that.
Okay. And then got into the car. Did someone ride with you to the police station from the residence? Just you and Alex were in the car?
Yes,
No other officers?
correct.
But before you got into the car, an officer came over and took his phone and put it in an evidence bag?
You're asking me for recollection. I don't remember that. It's probable because we usually try to bring their property to the area where we're going to. So it's probable.
I just didn't see it in your report, but I saw it on the body cam, so I wondered if you knew. Okay,
I'm going to object to the defendant testifying.
All right. Please only ask questions.
sure.
When you make statements about what you saw or heard, that's testimony.
I apologize, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
So it says in your report that you were asked by Detective Moffett to transport Alex to the police station, not handcuffed. Is that correct?
Yes,
And to the downstairs interview room. I'm assuming that's at Chandler Police Department,
it is.
correct? Okay. And it was just the two of you in the car on the ride there?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Then when you arrived at the police station, what happened next?
Walked him up to the room, had him sit down, or I think brought him some water, I think. And the detective was literally behind me. It wasn't very long before he walked into the room.
So then Detective Moffett took over and you were excused?
Yes,
Okay. And then was that the extent of your duty
it was.
at that time? And did you leave the police station after that?
Yes.
Did you stay and observe the interview?
No.
So Detective Moffett took over for you and you departed?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You said when you spoke to Alex that he was cooperative. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is it possible he could have been in shock?
Objection, speculation.
Sustain.
From your observation, how long did the cut on Alex's head bleed? I mean, you were with him for that 40 minutes, and how long do you think it was bleeding?
Well, I couldn't answer that because I wasn't standing in the back of his head when I first made contact with him. So to be honest with you, I don't know when it started. So I don't have the minutes.
Did it appear to be bleeding when he exited the house, or no?
I didn't look at the back of his head right away when he exited the house.
When was the first time that you looked at it? About how long after he exited?
I can't answer time-wise, but it was during the time I had him seated at the sidewalk when I was talking to him.
Okay. Before he moved over or after?
Oh, after he moved over.
Okay. Did you ever enter into the house?
No.
You were just there in the front yard
Yes.
the whole time? Okay. When you talked to the two detectives in the front yard and gave them your synopsis of what had happened, You said they got into a domestic fight consistent,
Objection.
sorry,
I'm going to sustain the objection.
what was the legal objection?
Hearsay.
Hearsay.
Oh, I was just reading his report. Okay.
Then objection, no question.
Please ask your next question.
You said in your report that at one point Alex's niece grabbed the bat.
Objection,
Hold on.
hearsay,
That's
improper
hearsay.
question.
Okay, you can't ask hearsay. Please ask your next question.
Did Alex tell you that he got hit in the head with the bat?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay, prior ruling.
Yeah, it's sustained. You can't ask questions of what Alex said.
So you observed that he had this bump on his head, but you didn't know how he got it. Is that correct?
No. That's not correct.
You did know how he got it. Is that correct?
I was told how he got it, which is different than me knowing how he got it, if that makes any sense.
Correct. You did not witness it, is what you're saying.
Correct.
But you knew that he had an injury to the back of his head on the right side.
I did.
Correct. Okay. And how did you obtain that information?
Your Honor.
You can't answer if it calls for hearsay.
Did you observe the next door neighbor come out in her nightgown to speak to me?
I did.
And then there was another neighbor on the other side that came out that you told him to go back into his house? Is
I
that
don't know if he
correct?
was a neighbor, but it was just some guy. Yeah. I assumed he was a neighbor.
Right. So they had blocked off the street so the neighbors couldn't really exit the neighborhood. They couldn't go to school or work, or it's kind of an issue there.
Not really. I mean, when one car told us the layout of the neighborhood, then we realized that was the only person that wanted to exit. They told us they couldn't exit, so we just fixed it so anyone else could leave.
Right. But they were trying to come up to me to find out what was happening.
Objection,
Okay.
speculation, hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection. Let's take our afternoon break for the staff and the jurors. We're going to take a 15-minute stretch restroom break. Please remember the admonition.
All rise for the jury.
Okay, since it's only a 15-minute break, I'm not going to take this. It does. Well, I like the idea that they allow jury questions for each witness. That does help for deliberations at the end. To clarify things, it helps with memory, especially if something comes up right during testimony that they want clarification on. I think it's a great process. It does look like we're going to go a little late, so I don't know if my stream is going to go off today at 8 o'clock. I will agree. I'll put that up. Liam says she did better than Daryl. She's definitely doing the better than Daryl, although she does have to get the procedure correct. That she's not allowed to say how she thinks it is. She's not allowed to testify what she did or said or anything. And there was a prior court hearing that she could not testify for Alex. She wanted to bring in everything that Alex said and did, and She can't. Only relevant, pertinent things that can be proved by other facts, because everything else is hearsay. He's no longer here. And that hurts her case, actually. It actually hurts her case that Ty Lee is not here to actually testify to these abuse allegations she just made against Charles, which we had not heard before. To say that Charles was aggressive with Ty Lee, like she had always said that Ty Lee was difficult and that Ty Lee was the aggressor, but now in front of the jury, she's making it that her and Charles have a problem and that they're aggressive with each other, and that she was in some way protecting Ty Lee. Ty Lee, the testimony before was Ty Lee came out of the room with the bat because Charles was yelling. And then all of a sudden, Alex is protecting Ty Lee from getting hit with the bat by Charles Vallow, which I really don't see him doing. This was a very kind man. There's been nothing come forward anywhere in the press or in any other evidence. And there are some people who really like to dig into this stuff on the socials. And none of that has come forward that I saw. Please, if anybody has seen anything else, let me know. I definitely want a clearer picture on it. But it was an interesting opening statement by Lori Vallow Daybell. I'm glad that I got to witness it with all of you. The crying was a nice touch. But everything she said about the evidence will show, I don't see the evidence. She wanted to talk about that second body cam footage. If Alex is on that second body cam footage talking and it was admitted into evidence, she could have asked all those questions. But it didn't get admitted into evidence, which means either her motion failed or she didn't file one. And this is why being pro se is probably not the best thing. Because if she wanted to talk about all of that, she needs something outside of it, so it's not hearsay. I recall making a comment about the evidence of a happy marriage, but that's none of my business. I get it. You did. Yeah, you did. It was like she said that they were happily married for so long, but then all of a sudden there's all of this, you know. Now the prosecution is going to try to prove that she was there and they did not leave before Charles was shot. And I think because of Charles's phone, they're going to be able to prove that. Because the phone ended up in the car. But the phone will have timestamps on it with GPS on whether it moved or not and where it was at what time. And based on the time of the officers and all, they may be able to prove when this all occurred, and based on the statements of Alex, although everything did happen quite quickly. But Alex did wait to call the officers, to call 911 rather. You know what, Mouse, I agree with you. She's delusional and a horrible person. It's really irking me to see her up there as a convicted murderer, flirting with every man in the building, acting like innocent and cute. I am very impressed with the prosecutor, though. Boy, did she really dismantle everything she did in Cross. I am hoping that the prosecutor is going to actually redirect on this witness also to clarify a few things. Her objections are solid and they're getting awarded. She needs to hold Lori Vallow Daybell to her feet to the fire in regards to procedure in the courtroom. She's already had enough rope. But you're right, Liam. She did better than Daryl, for sure. You know what's going to happen is tonight I had scheduled for true crime. I think I'm going to move it to tomorrow. Once I hear when they plan on coming back, if they have a full week. I'm going to make that decision later. I don't think they're going to go much longer after the break because, in all honesty, it's 4 o'clock there. Court goes till 5:30. So I'm not sure. We'll see. I was really looking forward to it. As you saw, True Serial is back, hitting the chats for true crime. I was hoping that he would be available to come and speak on Menjion in Irwin. Hopefully, we can work it out based on schedule. I'm thinking they may mouse, but that's going to make it kind of tight. So I'm either going to have to move the schedule a little later or put it on tomorrow. I think it might be better to put it on tomorrow for 8:30, to be honest. But we'll see. I'll send a message out to Jay. Because if he's available, I'd like to wait for him. I'm sorry you hear my clickety click. That's me texting with True Serial to try to schedule these. I think what I'm going to do is, based on how well this is going, depending on what they're going to do tomorrow, I would really like to be live again tomorrow. Could you guys just give me an idea on how many of you that are in the chat right now? I know those watching that aren't really in the chat, that's just fine. I'm assuming since you're watching, you'll be watching tomorrow also. Oh, Sheil, thank you. Sheil just said, have you had coffee today? Yes, I have. But that lovely donation is definitely going to get me a nice pound of the coffee I love from the shop down the street. Thank you so much. I'm going to go buy beans with that. Thank you, Sheil. Very generous of you. Oh, okay. So let's see. Let's see. All right. So I at least have 3 or 4 of you. So that's good. I think I will go live tomorrow then, depending on what time they come on. Court starts there a little bit later. They start like 11:30 plus a 30-minute delay. Hopefully they'll start at 9:30. And then, by 10 o'clock we'll be up. Sheil, what is this? Another one? A super sticker. Thank you. I don't know if you guys can see what that super sticker is, but it's a great big pear-shaped guy giving me a huge cup of coffee. I don't know if you guys see that in the, you'd have to see it in the YouTube chat, but thank you. Boy, that's a big cup, and I could definitely use it, Thank you. Yeah. That'll be nice, Mousy, that you're free tomorrow. Do you like the French press? I do like a French press. I have one too. Yes. And usually if I have a 2-cup French press, so I can make like a small amount. And I do absolutely enjoy it very much. I made it for lunch, actually. So I had a cup with lunch, and then I can have a cup after, which I'm sipping on now. You did see it, Liam? Yeah, you can see the sticker. That's a huge cup of coffee. And thank you again, Purple Dragon Show. I appreciate you. We'll definitely put that in the coffee fund. You know what I do? Well, lately, that's what I do. I'll put it in the coffee fund or in the documents fund for court cases. Okay, why are we going white out? What is he doing, this cameraman? He's giving us a tour? Oh, I think he's bored. You don't blurry it. There, that's nice and clear. Now stop it. Does he not realize he's taking us all with him when he does that? The only thing I don't like about live stream is I can't pause for lunch and then start again like I can with a recording. You know, when I'm recording these, that's how I can get rid of a lot of that. Oh, looks like we're coming back. Or somewhat. There's our witness. Oh, I know, Shield. Thank you so much. Oh, that sounds delicious, Liam, the Lavazza. See, you're all coffee connoisseurs like myself. Thank you for posting, Shill, all the links for the Patreon, the membership. If you guys can, if you've got a Twitch account, go over there and give me a follow. It's free. I'm trying to get up to 50 so I can get there with watch hours and all to the partners program, and I can customize my channel and my emojis and stuff. Do some more exciting things. That is definitely a great deal there. Mousy says they had 2 bags of Lavazza for $9. Are you stocked up? They must be doing it in multiple countries because Liam just said the same thing. He got the 2-pack deal. He got the deal. We all have that. We have that in common. Coffee. Somebody asked me the other day, what can make your day good or bad no matter what? And I hate to say coffee. Like if the coffee's bad or there isn't any, there could be a bad thing. Good coffee makes everything great. I hear shuffling. I think we're back. Thank you for staying with me, everyone. Oh. Yes, my Twitch is live right now. Like they're not back. Why are they not back? Did you guys hear them shuffling about? I did. And then it went away. Okay, I have news on tonight's stream. Tonight's stream is scheduled for Wednesday. Wednesday at 7 o'clock. Because whatever's going on Wednesday, I'm going to record. I'm not going to be live, but I will be live tomorrow. Okay? How does that work out for everybody? It's a compromise. Because I've got to do some recording on the Reed trial also. Don't believe they set a jury today, but then again, I've got to go check the socials and check everything to find out. I was reading what actually True Crime was doing over on Law and Crime Network, and they're covering all these trials. They got like 3 going on at once, and they're recording them all and doing commentary during the breaks. You guys all know I do adore Jesse. But I do like Ignat Levy. I do. And I like Julie. Like Julie over at Court TV. Oh, yeah. You know what, Shill? I might take you up on that. Thank you for the offer to help me with recording. I may just throw you a link, and if you throw it to me, I can edit it in and do my commentary. Yeah, that would be cool. The man that Lori was talking to there, that is her investigator, Jeff White, I believe. You prefer the bear? Thank you, Liam. That's a love. I'm going to put that up for prosperity. That's a lovely compliment. Thank you. It's nice to know that you'll be able to be here and help out there, Mouse. I do appreciate it. Yeah, I'm looking forward to this. It's been a while since we all got to chat during all of this, you know. It is quite the experience, isn't it? And especially with a defendant like Lori Vallow Daybell defending herself. We're back with Judge
Just a couple
Beressky.
more things. You mentioned that you briefed the detectives. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what did you tell them in that briefing?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Are his statements hearsay as well, Your Honor?
Any state out-of-court statement is hearsay unless there's an exception under, or it's non-hearsay under the rules. So yes, his out-of-court statements are hearsay. Go ahead.
But you did brief the detectives before you headed to the police station? Is that correct?
I did.
And who was there? Do you remember?
Nate Moffett, Cassie, I think my
Is that
sergeant.
Detective Inklin? I'm sorry. I don't want to interrupt you.
No.
Oh,
And just off recollection, I think there was another one, but off of recollection, I don't remember.
and that was about how long before you left to go to the police station?
Ten minutes, maybe?
And how long do you think you were speaking with them?
Under a minute.
Under a minute
Yes.
for the briefing?
Yes.
Did you meet with the prosecutor to go over your testimony today?
I did.
When was that?
2 weeks ago, maybe?
How long did that meeting last?
Probably around an hour total.
Did you review this report before you came to testify today as well?
I did.
And it was not part of your duty to check anything in the perimeter? You weren't looking for evidence, you were just dealing with the shooter? Is that correct?
Well, not just the shooter, but scene management, making sure the resources were en route. But yes, managed.
What all does that entail, scene management?
Well, once we knew there was not a threat out, I instructed Officer Wiz to set up an inner and outer perimeter with crime scene tape.
What else?
Make sure I had a supervisor en route, and then manage the people that walked up to the scene.
Who was that supervisor en route? Do you know?
Bill Nacella, my sergeant.
How many people do you think came up to you at that scene?
Well, not up to me, but I instructed one gentleman that was walking on the sidewalk towards us. He needed to just leave the area. This didn't concern him. And then you and your daughter walked up to me, and I just asked you to go back to your car.
Did you have any conversations with your supervisor when he arrived?
I did.
When was that?
At some point between me arriving on scene and me leaving the scene.
Closer to arriving or closer to leaving? Maybe.
Chocolate milkshake says about halftime.
Okay. How long do you think that conversation was?
Well, you saw it on the body worn camera, so a minute and a half maybe.
And he was just checking in with you to make sure everything was going well, that you were scene managing. Is that correct?
Objection, relevance, and hearsay.
Well, overruled, he can answer.
I was briefing him on what I knew thus far, what I was told.
And that was less than a minute?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
So it took less than a minute to brief him on everything that had happened that day so far?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
And it took less than a minute to brief the detectives as well of what happened that day?
An objection, asked and answered.
I'll allow that one. Go ahead.
Not what happened, what my portion was and what I knew happened.
So what you wrote in your report, basically, what you were told. Is that correct?
Yes.
So it took you 3 pages to write what you were told, but it took you less than a minute to discuss that with the detectives? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. How long was that transport from the residence to the Chandler Police Department?
In miles, probably 8 miles, 10 miles maybe.
How long do you think that took around?
10 to 15 minutes maybe.
And then where did you enter into the police station? Is there a garage or something?
I don't recollect where I parked. There's various areas you can park at the police department to access the area that I access. So I'm unable to answer. I don't know where I parked.
Okay, and you were able to walk Alex into the police station, is that correct?
Yes,
And he was unhandcuffed, is that correct?
correct.
And then you took him into an interrogation room, is that correct?
Yes,
And then Detective Moffett took over.
yes.
Just wanted to be clear. Okay. Did your supervisor, Nacella, did he come to the police station as well?
Not with me, nor did I talk to him. He might have, but I don't know.
You didn't see him there?
Correct.
Okay. But you saw Detective Moffett there?
Yes.
And you saw Detective Inkland there?
I don't remember Inkland. I just remember Moffett relieved me.
Okay. That's all I have, Your Honor.
All right, redirect.
Thank you. At the beginning of cross-examination, you were asked about Alex Cox's demeanor. Do you recall that?
I do?
And you had advised that he was nonchalant and calm, right?
Yes.
And you were asked whether or not you were nonchalant and calm too, correct?
Yes.
Had you just shot someone?
No.
You were asked if the firefighters were calm and nonchalant. Had they just shot someone?
As far as I know, no.
How about Officer Wiz? You said he was nonchalant and calm too. Had he just shot anyone?
No.
So it's not really exactly the same to compare you to the shooter, right?
Correct. I would not compare us.
When you went up to the scene, you had your gun drawn on him, correct?
Yes.
Still nonchalant and calm?
Yes.
You were asked a lot also about your nonchalant and calm appearance today in court. Are you stressed or just answering questions to the best of your knowledge?
The latter, just answering questions to the best of my knowledge.
You had to testify before?
I have.
You were asked about the injury to Alex Cox. We have seen the body-worn camera footage and we cut it off at some point. When Mr. Cox first came out of the house, he did not have his hand to his head, correct?
Correct.
You told us you didn't notice an injury at that point?
Correct.
When he first sat down on the curb before you moved him, did you notice an injury at that point?
I did not.
Was he touching his head at that point?
Recollection, I don't remember.
At some point in the video that we watched, did we see Alex Cox touch his head?
Yes.
When you were watching him, did you at times see him rubbing his head?
Yes.
The towel or paper towel or whatever that was in his hand, was that the only item you ever saw him using to rub or touch his head?
Yes.
Was it soaked or saturated in blood?
No.
Can we see it on the body cam that it's mostly white?
Yes.
So if we want to really know how long it was that he was seated before he touched his head, we could watch the time on the body cam, right?
Yes.
You were asked if you met with the prosecutor previously. When we met, did you have to watch that entire body cam?
Yes.
And is that when you actually initialed it, exhibit number 1 there, so that you would recognize it in court?
Yes.
You were asked about when you arrived and when you later transported Alex Cox to the precinct. Would looking at the CAD report help refresh your recollection as to when you had at least taken him to the precinct?
Yes.
If I could have my paralegal bring up the CAD report.
Go ahead.
that help refresh your recollection as to when you arrived back at the precinct with Alex Cox?
It does.
And when was that?
9:18 and 19 seconds.
And so the 911 call was at 8:36 a.m.?
That's when I received it. It could have come into the dispatch a few minutes earlier.
And you said you arrived, and we saw you on the body cam right after Officer Werzbicki, who got there around 8:41?
Yes.
So you were with Alex Cox at the scene and talking to Lori Vallow and her daughter and doing those briefings in that 20, 30 minutes?
Yes.
No other questions, Your Honor.
All right, I see at least one juror question in a bin. If there are any juror questions, please pass them down at this time.
It's beeping. I guess we don't get to hear what they're talking about right now. Sorry about the beeps, but I don't want to miss when they come back. I do love Redirect by Treena K. This prosecutor really knows how to dismantle a context that's been thrown out to the jury. She just brings it right back to the facts. Boom. There it is. This is what actually the evidence represents. Not that story the woman over there at the table is telling, but here's the facts. I am impressed with this prosecutor. I wonder why we don't get to hear jury questions. I wonder why we've been muted. If that's part of the process. I'll have to do some research for Arizona court. I can tell that Lori's getting more snarky. She's getting a little frustrated. Seems like the prosecution is able to get everything they want, and Lori has not been able to actually get in the points that she wants to make. She's trying to make it that they're all making assumptions about her brother and herself, and that it could be something else, and they're just not looking at it that way. And she's going about it in that real circular questioning style of hers that I agree, kind of hard. Oh, I see. Somebody local. Oh, you're good point, Jen.
Just one question, and I don't know if the CAD will help you answer that. Do you know when you were finished with this call? What time it was when you were finished or released from this call and able to go back out?
It was probably 5 minutes after, maybe 10, probably 10 minutes. I probably used the restroom, to be honest with you, and got something to drink at the station, water. So maybe 10 or 15 minutes after the detective came in the room is when I hit the 10-8 button and I went and took other calls for service.
Okay, so you were done with this call before the end of your shift?
Oh, yes.
Okay, you didn't go back to the scene to help with scene security or anything like that?
No.
No other questions?
Did the defendant have any follow-up?
No, we're fine, Your Honor.
All right, this witness can step down. You want to hand me that?
Jean made a good point there that we don't get to hear the
can call your
jury
next
question because they may recognize the voice if it's local. That's a very valid point. Next witness. I do believe there are quite a few law enforcement and fire witnesses to present. So I do believe we're going to get another law enforcement one next. And I have rescheduled tonight's stream for Wednesday. Also, Liam had mentioned that they could also be asking on a point of law regarding the testimony. A point of law, I think they're allowed to disclose. They're just not allowed to disclose the jury's voice or the jury in any way. But a point of law, wouldn't that be something we could hear?
Podium
I
here
think?
and be sworn in by my clerk.
Can you spell your name for the record?
Scott, S-C-O-T-T, Cowden, C-O-W.
Please raise your right hand. Solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth will help you God.
All right, you're gonna come up this little ramp, have a seat right here.
This would be our third witness.
Sir, would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Scott Cowden,
And where do you work?
Chandler Fire Department,
How long have you worked there?
almost 26 years.
And talk to you a little bit about what firefighters do. Do you just respond to fires, or are you also responsible for something else?
No, the majority of our job is going to be EMS medical calls.
What kind of training do you have to work as a firefighter and deal with medical calls?
When you're hired, you're going to go through an academy that will certify you as a state firefighter. Typically, you're going to already be certified as an EMT. And then during the course of your career, I went to paramedic school and graduated from that in probably 2007.
Can you tell us what the difference is between a paramedic and an EMT?
EMT would just be kind of the more basic kind of entry level position. Paramedic is more advanced, so you have more advanced training. There's more advanced skills that you could perform. Some of our equipment would only be able to be used and utilized and performed by a paramedic.
As both a EMT or a paramedic, are you trained to perform CPR?
Yes.
And can you tell us, have you ever been a CPR instructor yourself?
Yes, I was a CPR instructor for probably over 12 years.
Was that for other firefighters?
I was certified through American Heart Association, a contract employee with Dignity Health. They have a variety of different classes that could be for just the lay rescuer, lay person that wants to know how to do CPR. They have classes that might be for certain businesses that want their employees. And then there's healthcare provider classes that it could be firefighters, nurses that are attending to be recertified. Every 2 years, you have to have that certification recertified.
Can you tell us what CPR is?
It stands for cardiopulmonary resuscitation. So you're kind of acting as the heart. The heart has stopped beating, so no blood is flowing through the body. You're doing chest compressions on the chest, and you're pumping and pushing that blood to the body.
When would you give CPR to a person?
If they don't have a pulse, you confirm that just by checking for a pulse, and you don't feel that. The heart isn't beating, and you would need to start chest compressions.
What is the point of that, of doing those chest compressions? You said moving the blood through the body. Why?
You're trying to, give them a chance, increase their chance of survival. I don't know what maybe the latest numbers and statistics might say, but in the past, I've seen it say that if somebody's starts CPR within the first few minutes, it can double or triple their chances of surviving.
When you are called to a scene, are you guys being given updates by the 911 operator to your dispatch so you know what to expect?
Yeah, so you get dispatched and you already have an idea of the type of call, and then en route we call it PTI, and that will come across the computer screen. And so now you have more information of what you're kind of walking into, so you can kind of game plan it a little bit more.
If somebody calls 911 and doesn't know how to do CPR, what happens?
My understanding is that 911 would talk them through that and give them instructions of what to do.
Okay. When you are giving CPR, you talked about chest compressions. Can you talk to us about, is there any physical identification that you might observe on a person who has had CPR chest compressions
That I might see.
after a person has been given chest compressions?
Yes, so you need to perform it in the right location. So it's the lower half of the sternum or breastbone. To kind of find that, it's more helpful if you can see the skin, maybe lift up the shirt. So that's typically something we're going to want to do. If CPR has been done and it's been done effectively enough, you can see almost like a depression or an impression that is left there on the skin, because you need to do it forceful enough and deep enough that you're actually compressing the heart to push the blood.
So you said you might see a depression. Does that not just pop right back out when you stop?
No, you'll still see it. You'll see it like if you stop CPR during the call for whatever reason that it might be appropriate, and then you go back to resuming CPR, you'll see where your hands were. That area can be vulnerable to breaking. Ribs can break during CPR, so there's typically depression in the chest.
Do you ever actually hear anything when you are giving someone chest compressions?
I for sure feel it. I don't know if it's audible enough to hear it, especially with maybe the rest of the commotion that's going on, but you definitely feel that crunch or that crack. I kind of compare it to like if you're cracking your knuckles in your hand.
CPR?
Yes, and teaching CPR, you want to forewarn people of that too, that to kind of expect that and not necessarily kind of be alarmed. You don't want them to think they've caused more harm necessarily.
Does that crack or crunch occur each time you restart CPR in the same patient?
No, it's typically just the first couple of times.
Have you previously performed CPR on a person who was shot?
I'm sure I probably have.
When you are performing CPR on a person that's shot, have you ever seen that cause more blood to come out if there are gunshot wounds?
Yes, I've been on some scenes where, it's been a little more bloody, so to speak. You have to be cautious of where you're stepping, or if you're kneeling down by the patient's side to perform the CPR, you're trying to be careful of that.
I want to bring you to July 11th of 2019, a call to 5531 South Four Peaks Place. Do you recall this incident?
Yes.
Do you still have some independent memory of this?
Yes.
Was it the fact that the police interviewed you also make this a more memorable scene?
Yes.
Do you recall when you first got to the scene, did you just drive right up, or how did you guys approach the scene?
Call types like this, we're going to stage and wait for PD to clear the scene so it's safe to enter. So you're going to get into in this particular case, you're going to be in the neighborhood, but you're going to be around the corner, around the block, a street away, whatever kind of might make the most sense based on where we're coming from.
Okay. How many people are on a fire engine?
In the city of Chandler, we typically have at least 4 on any of our fire engines and fire ladders.
And what was your role?
So you'll have a captain who's up front. That's the person that's in charge. I'm a fire engineer specifically, so I drive the fire apparatus. And then we'll have 2 firefighters in the back seat.
Do you recall in this case about how far away you were staged?
I mean, from a time standpoint, we might have been 30 seconds away.
Who were the other people on your team that day,
By names?
if you recall?
Okay, Captain Keller, firefighters Kaczynski, and firefighter Fife.
When you arrive at a scene like this, you told us that there's a captain, you're the driver. Does everyone sort of have a job, or how does that work when you first get there?
You typically may kind of talk about roles and what might happen. Also, like in this particular case, this was our first call of the day. So all of our calls, we're gonna do some documentation and chart it. And so we typically start with, the captain will start the first call of the day. So that meant Captain Keller was gonna be charting it. So that would leave the other three of us to do the evaluation, assessment, and patient contact and skills.
So when you drove up to the scene, what did you see?
I remember us having to make a turn, and a couple of officers, I feel like, were already there, kind of navigate their cars, position right in front of the house. Saw at least one officer outside, saw a citizen, I feel like probably in the driveway somewhere with that officer. And then we just kind of proceeded out of the apparatus.
When you guys entered the house, you said that Captain Keller was going to be charting. So does that mean he wouldn't be touching the patient?
More than likely not, unless we needed additional help. I mean, he possibly could have been the first one in also. The way we were parked, that passenger side of the fire apparatus was the closest to the front door. He might have been in first, because I'm going to be on the other side. The two firefighters are getting out and going to the back compartment of the truck to get the equipment. So he may have walked up and possibly checked a pulse or something like that first, but he didn't. I don't feel like he did anything else other than that, if that.
Okay. You told us that as you're going there, you're receiving information about the patient, correct?
Correct.
In this case, had you received any information about whether or not he was receiving CPR?
Yes, I recall we had that info two ways. We had it with the PTI on our computer screen, which would be coming from our fire department dispatch. And then we have the ability to also listen on the radio to the PD channels. And so we can hear communication between the officers that are getting on scene and then the PD dispatch. And they also communicated that at some point in time.
When you entered the house, was there an officer already inside?
I believe there was an officer inside with Captain Keller.
And did you observe anyone giving the patient CPR?
No.
Can you tell us what you saw when you first entered the house?
You walked in the front door, just kind of a little entryway, and it kind of, I feel like it stepped down into maybe a formal kind of family room or something, but it was empty with no furniture anywhere in the room. That jumped out at first because it makes it easier. Like sometimes we're on scenes where a patient could be between a bed and a closet and you got to move them somewhere. So those thoughts are already kind of in your mind that you may have to move a patient just to have better access. And that was not a challenge here.
Did you notice any blood on the scene?
Not until I saw it on the patient's chest, but I didn't see it in the room. It wasn't something that I was going to need to avoid kneeling in to do CPR, avoid standing in, walking around. There's four of us. We probably had at least 4 boxes of equipment in there. So we didn't have to worry about where we placed this stuff in terms of blood.
Have you been to scenes where there's a large pool of blood around the patient that you're trying to not step in, kneel in, get in?
Yes.
You told us that you saw blood on the patient. Do you recall seeing any blood pooling in his chest, neck area?
I don't recall it pooling. He still had clothes on, a shirt on, and so it had been absorbing some blood.
I'll show you an admitted. Exhibit number 3. Do you recall ever seeing this pooling of blood around his neck there?
I don't recall that.
When you first saw the patient, what was your first impression?
That he's lying there unresponsive. You're not seeing any signs of life. You don't see somebody that's maybe moaning from an injury, moving, no spontaneous breathing. What was your question again?
Just your first impressions of him as you are walking in and you're looking at him and assessing him.
Yeah, I guess that would be sufficient for my answer.
Did you think that he could be deceased?
It's definitely was a possibility. There was no, like I said, no obvious signs of life.
When you got into the room, did someone begin performing CPR on him?
So when I got to Charles' side, I would have performed a more detailed assessment, so to speak, rather than what I was seeing visually. So you're checking for responsiveness. You can move the patient. You're going to check for a pulse. Now you're closer to the chest. You're looking for breathing, seeing if you see the chest rise and fall. And we would call him unresponsive and pulseless and apneic. Apneic meaning not breathing. And then I would have started CPR.
So he wasn't breathing, he had no pulse, he wasn't moving, there were no signs of life.
Correct.
You told us that you had received information that someone had been doing CPR prior to your arrival, correct?
Correct.
Did that impact your view of the patient and your decision-making on what you should do next when you see this patient that is lifeless?
I mean, it makes you think that there's increased likelihood that of survival possibly, until we can, starting CPR is still appropriate to do, and then we can utilize some of our rest of our equipment. We can put an EKG machine on. We can actually see what the heart is doing. We can look at the rhythm. We wouldn't want to call a patient before taking some additional steps.
Okay. Who performed CPR?
I did.
And I'm gonna put up Exhibit 4 here. Do you recognize who these people are?
Yes.
And who are they?
So standing to the left is Captain Keller. He's documenting. Standing to the right is firefighter Kaczynski. And then kneeling down back towards us is myself. And then kneeling down where you're pointing is firefighter Fife.
When you first began performing CPR, can you tell us what you felt?
So at first I didn't see a depression that would typically be left from somebody else previously doing compressions. So I thought that was odd considering the information we had en route. I started doing compressions. I felt that initial crack and crunch for probably the first couple of compressions that, again, you would typically feel when you're first starting compressions and if you're going hard enough and deep enough.
How long did you do CPR before you evaluated and utilized any other means to see if he might still be alive, savable?
If I had to estimate, I think I was probably doing CPR chest compressions for at least a minute. It probably took them at least 30 seconds to minutes to maybe get in to the house where I was after I entered. They've got to set down that equipment and get some of that out. So I feel like at least a minute is a fair assessment.
What happened next? Is there some way to check his heart to see if there's
Right.
activity, or what do you do?
Yes, so I was doing chest compressions. I remember mentioning, because there's bullet holes going through them, so I remember mentioning to firefighter Kaczynski when she went to cut the shirt to not cut through a bullet hole. So she kind of went along the side. That's exposing the chest, so that way then we can put our heart monitor and perform an EKG on Charles to kind of see what his rhythm is doing. A person can typically still do chest compressions while they're doing that, and they can kind of work around you. But at some point in time, you're going to have to stop. That way you can just look at what the machine is showing you and telling you.
Was there any heart activity when you put on those EKG?
No, it was what we would call asystole, and it's just a flat line on the screen. There's no electrical activity of the heart.
At some point, you said you saw gunshot wounds. Do you recall how many you saw in the front there?
I saw 2.
Do you ever look to see if there's exit wounds?
We did roll him. I seem to recall and remember that we rolled him my way. I feel like the other 2 firefighters were then on that other side. Firefighter Kaczynski, who's the one that is standing up, I feel like she had a better view of what those look like since he was rolled my way. But I remember her commenting that there was 2 wounds on that backside of the patient.
So when you say he was rolled towards you, he's rolled towards this mirror over here?
Correct.
Okay. When you had stopped doing the CPR to roll him and he goes back, did you notice the depression in his chest now?
After I resume CPR, yes. It makes it kind of easier to find your landmark. So it's something that you typically look for.
So it was not there when you first started CPR,
Correct.
but it was after you had performed it.
Correct.
Do you wear gloves when you do this?
Yes.
Did you have blood on your gloves after you were doing CPR?
Yes.
You told us that when you first arrived, there was not much concern for having to navigate around blood that might be pooling around the victim, correct?
Correct.
After you had been doing CPR, was there more blood now around the patient?
There was definitely more on his chest. More was coming out of the wounds, specifically the one on the chest, from what I recall. The shirt isn't necessarily there to absorb it anymore. We've removed it. I can't recall necessarily on the ground, like where I might have been kneeling, but
When you first arrived, did you see any blood exiting the abdomen wound?
I did not.
As you were at this scene, you guys did the EKG. There was no heart activity. What do you do after that?
At some point in time, we just kind of have to look at patient viability, and we're just looking at the facts and how he's kind of presenting. And we're considering time that we've already been on scene, time, staging, responding, all of that. And we ultimately, we do have offlines that we follow for different types of medical calls. And we felt that he fell into that category of not being viable and that we could call him on scene.
Now, you talked about you were not staged very far away, correct?
Correct.
Were you staged very long before you pulled up?
I felt like we might have been there for at least a couple of minutes.
Okay. When the patient was rolled, did anyone notice anything about, or did you notice anything about his skin that made you also question perhaps how long it had been since he had been shot?
Yes, it was pointed out because I didn't have a good view of that backside, the skin color, some modeling. There's changes in the skin color that are starting to occur from, blood hasn't been circulating, maybe been circulating as effectively as compared to when the heart is beating. You've got 2 injuries to the thoracic torso of the body, so to speak, the chest and abdomen. Those are going to hit internal organs and cause internal bleeding. And so that blood is starting to kind of what we would call dependent lividity, and it's just gravity. It's just kind of starting to go towards the backside, and the color changes are occurring.
So as the heart stops, the blood starts to just pool.
Yes, it's just stagnant and not being moved, and then those injuries inside, he's going to be bleeding internally.
And so some of that pooling causes color changes to the skin
Yes,
that were observed.
yes.
Was there anything about this victim, about Charles, that made you think that CPR may not have been performed on him prior to you arriving?
It was just simply the fact that what I saw on the chest when I first looked at it before I started CPR, and then what I felt during my first couple of chest compressions.
After you guys rolled him, saw the modeling and the lividity, was any further CPR performed?
From what I recall, yes.
Okay. When did you call this then?
Say that again.
When did you call it? When did you stop performing CPR?
So I don't remember with 100% certainty. If I feel like, from what I recall, I'm performing chest compressions, the shirt's going to be cut off, we're exposing the patient, rolling, looking for more wounds and injuries, confirming what we see on the back, pointing that out to Captain Keller so he can document it, rolling back down, resuming CPR, monitors going on, stopping again to look at what the monitor's saying, resuming again to then have a brief discussion based on, okay, what we found, what are we thinking, where does he kind of fall?
Ultimately, did you guys terminate any treatment at about 8:48 a.m.?
If that's what's on the documentation, I would agree with that. I know we responded in the morning. It was our shift starts at 8 a.m. This was our first call. I don't remember if you said earlier what time we were dispatched or not, or just established the date.
If my paralegal could approach with the charting, would looking at the charting help you refresh your recollection as to when you guys ended
Sure.
any life-saving means?
So it looks like our dispatch is 8:37. Looks like we might have made patient contact at 8:45. I know the dispatch screen that will have like times of responding and things like that might have an appropriate time on it also that I'm not seeing right here though, but I'm still looking. So I see our first monitored rhythm as the asystole, like I said, that date time, I see a time of 8:48. So that might have been when we called him. I can see the obvious signs of death that Captain Keller used as the reason for discontinuing ROSC, return of spontaneous circulation, no. So that would probably be the appropriate time.
After, well, let me say, so does it seem about right that you were with this patient for maybe 3 or so minutes? Actively working?
Actively working, I think probably close to 5 minutes.
And once he's called, what do you do at the scene? What do you do with all your equipment?
So once he's called, it's kind of a PD scene now. So we're gonna, we're gonna leave the body. We're gonna gather up what we can, our equipment. Sometimes there's some stuff we might need to leave behind that's necessary to leave on the patient. But
So like the EKG monitors that are stuck on him, you leave those on him?
yeah, we can disconnect those exactly and bring the cables with us.
When you told us when you arrived that you noticed a individual with a police officer near the driveway.
Correct.
Did you see that same person still outside when you exited?
Yes.
Did you notice any bleeding or obvious injuries to that person?
No.
Did you make an assumption as to who that was?
Yes, our PTI en route said brother or brother-in-law shot brother, so performing CPR. So you're kind of assuming it's that person.
Okay. In terms of his size, is he someone that, you talked about people may not be able to always be strong enough or able to perform CPR in a way to cause the depression or that crunching sound, for lack of a better term. In your experience, what type of people are we talking about for that, where you wouldn't be surprised that you may not have seen that depression or the crunching?
It's typically going to be maybe an elderly population, somebody that's not as big, not as strong, that we might not be able to perform chest compressions hard enough and deep enough. Sometimes if a patient is in a bed, so mattress has give to it, compressions won't be as effective. You want to get him to the floor. Obviously, he was already on the floor, so that aids chest compressions.
Was there anything about this male that you saw when you observed him entering or exiting that made you believe that he had been injured?
No.
Based upon your training and experience and what you observed and did in this case, would you agree that the victim, Charles Vallow, was dead before you entered the house?
Yes.
Based upon your training and experience and what you observed and did in this case, would you agree that it was highly unlikely that anyone had performed CPR on Charles Vallow prior to you doing that?
Yes.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
All right, Cross?
You want me to go now, or it's 4:30? I didn't know if you wanted
How long do you anticipate your cross-examination?
to take a while, Your Honor.
All right, we'll break for the evening then. We'll need you back here tomorrow morning at 10:30.
10:30?
Yes. All right, we'll release the jury at this time for the evening. We'll resume tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. Please remember the admonition.
All rise for the jury.
So there we go. That's it for the night, everybody. It does. We're going to be back tomorrow. 10:30 is 1:30, which means with the 30-minute delay, that things will start at let me just fix this. Things will start at 2 o'clock. I'll be here a little before 2 o'clock to get everybody. Oh, hold on. I think Lori's going to start. Okay, never mind. He dismissed them both. He just asked the state and defense if they wanted to discuss anything with him after the jury left, and I panicked. I was going to bring it back up. But Lori said she delayed. She hesitated. It was quite the tense moment. And then she said, no, not right now. Okay. Okay, let's just see these questions. I see a question here. Where is this trial being held that it's going to be 1 p.m. my time? It is in Maricopa County, Arizona, and they don't start till 10:30. They don't start at 9:30 because the judge actually does brief things in the morning. He's keeping his calendar clear of other things for that hour or so in the morning because I did look at his docket. He's a very busy guy. And then he does the trial starting at 10:30. So, yeah, it's in Maricopa County, Arizona. So that's 3 hours behind us. Yep, she said it was 4:30. They're 30 minutes. Also, they're 3 hours behind us, and there's a 30-minute delay, Mrs. Cassandra. That's why she said 4:30. It would be 5 o'clock for us because we're on a 30-minute delay with the court. That is the rules based on the order that Judge Beressky did quite a few weeks back. And welcome on Twitch to Miss Melissy. I hope I said that correctly. Glad you found the channel. I'm glad that Twitch allows you to listen to the court proceedings. I'll be back again tomorrow. Welcome. We're glad to have you. We just started streaming my true crime stuff over on Twitch also, for those of you that have been following me on YouTube. Well, we're welcome to all new followers in both places. There's quite a few new people following me on YouTube also, and I can tell by the watch numbers that a lot of them are chatting in the chat, but are keeping tabs on things, and I'm happy about it. I'm glad that they are coming here to see what's going on. Thought that Arizona was ahead of us for an hour. I think they are in some areas, but not in Maricopa County, which is near Phoenix, Mrs. Cassandra. So, like, they're only at 3 hours. I think some parts of it might be 2. And they don't do daylight savings, like Grace said. That's part of it. You know, so there is going to be a time difference. But for those of you on the East Coast, if you want to translate it to my time, Eastern Standard, I will be back a little before 2 p.m. tomorrow. We'll do another whole live day. And then I'm going to do a half a day on Wednesday. It does look like the Karen Reed trial did not add anybody to the jury. They still only have 10. They need 16, 12 to sit, and 4 alternates. And they did make, that's 2 days in a row that they did not seat anyone. So I doubt they'll sit the rest of them tomorrow. What we'll do is a full day tomorrow. And then I may only do a half day on Wednesday until the lunch break or until like the afternoon break. But I'll do part of it live, but then I'll add the rest of it to the end when I upload. How does that sound? Like, you know, it'll be there, but then it's going to come down and a new upload's going to go up with the whole thing. The only thing that happens when I do that is that there'll be no chat left, okay, for that. But I think that might be better for now. Or I could do it in 2 parts too, which would save the chat. So I'll consider it either way, you know. So. Hey, Lori Vallow. Yeah. Good night, Rocket Couch. Thank you so much for modding throughout work and everything. And, you know, I'm glad everything safe travels home. Thank you, Shill, for also helping out over on Twitch. Thank you for anybody who helped follow over there or anyone new who came. Thank you to all of you in the chat for keeping me company. It was very nice to have you all here again for these. But we'll be back tomorrow and hope some of you can join us. For now, I'm going to put that outro on, and we've got plenty to discuss. I'll be here a few minutes before they go live with their 30-minute delay. So a little bit before 2 tomorrow, and we'll catch up then. Have a good one, everybody.